See if this all works. I am live. I have transcoder options. I have the timer going. And I see chat. Hey there, Nui. And hey there, Resubaka. I need to sort that. Don't show me bots. All right. Good, good, good. I do, yes. Okay. Let's get the show on the road. All right. It's been a while since I worked on my game. I need to get back into it. I need to get it to a place where it is loading from SQLite database, since I was in the middle of that, and that's actually a quite long task. I don't like being stuck in the middle of that. Actually, I have a couple options. I could keep working on it until it's done, or I can move it off into its own feature branch, which I might do if I don't get this done any quicker. Let's see, where was I? In the to-do. Database. Aha, database. Okay, so I have all of the code in there to write to the database, but only some things are read back from the database. I want to verify that this is the place where I left off. Components CPP. Pin that. And scroll down till I find these huge tables. Here they are. Yeah, I have to do something about these tables. They need to be broken up by a component type, definitely. Yeah. Select elements. How do you... I forgot my own shortcuts. How do you set a bookmark? Control-Alt-K. Okay. All right. Hey there, Sarian. Yeah, it is a long file. Need to break it up into different pieces. Interact. Is that the last one I did? I should have pinned the to-do file. To-do. Pin it. Interact. It looks like, yeah, that was the last one on the 25th. I marked off a whole bunch of things on the 25th. I wonder if I should just hit them from top to bottom and go back and do dialogue first? Or do I skip that one, I think, because it was complicated. Hey, there's 715-209. And hey there, man. Let me look at item. So... See, it's been almost too long since I worked on this. I can't remember clearly where everything is. Hey there, Caesar Devroot. Well, welcome to my stream. I'm coming to you live from Southern California. Hey there, Plasma. So fair warning to the people that have been watching me recently do Rust. Today's not going to be a Rust day, so I don't want to waste your time. If you only want to see Rust, my stream isn't the right stream today. I'm going to be doing C++ stuff. I need to put some more work into completing the porting I was doing. So my game stores all of its data right now in JSON file format, which is really, really inefficient. And I've been trying to move it to this database schema in SQLite. So, for example, the items in the game are stored in this kind of table. And I need to put in some code in both directions, reading and writing to the database. Hey there, Lazy Guru. How are you doing today? So that's an example of what well, not an example, that is the schema for the database for items. And let me get an example of, because I'm going to need it anyway. The game snapshot. And let's copy that into its own buffer. This is JSON. Oh, what's this? Goddamn, it's just resubscribed for 6 months with Twitch Prime. 6 months, that's half a year. Thank you, Goddamn. Thank you for the support. So here is the thank you and welcome, Goddamn. Here is the what the game's save state looks like, and you can see most of the content is in the components, the entity component system, and it's divided between different types. Each one's got a different shape, which means it naturally fit into different tables. So here is, actually I don't like that first item, it's sort of a weird one. This one is a nice and straightforward thing. Here's a stack of 230 gold pieces. And you can see only some of the attributes from here are actually listed here. Type, quantity, name, and max quantity. And I had this habit in the JSON of making the names very terse. In the database, it's not important to make them terse because that is all compiled into prepared statements. ActinDev resubscribed for 3 months. 3 months. Thank you for the resub, ActinDev. Yeah, so anyway, thank you again. This is the entity reference for that item, so that's sort of like the key. Type, quantity, name, max quantity, so they'll be all here. Entity. I kept the entity terse even in the SQL. I'm not sure exactly why. I'm spelling out everything else, so type, name, max quantity, quantity. And then there are other things that an item can have, like a despawn time, a note, attack bonus, cooldown. These are all for items that are usable as weapons and stuff like that. You work on the game again, everyone comes back. Yeah. I have to, tie up these loose ends in C++ before I let it sit too long. Hey there, Ereld. Yeah, let me say again to everybody who was like, have been watching me program in Rust last month. That's probably not going to be any Rust today. I'm going back, putting some more time into the C++ code. So, oh, actually, I was starting to do this the right way, right? Using helper functions. So, this is how we're selecting data from the database. We have to build a prepared statement, and then grab the information from from a JSON, and then iterate over it. Actually, no, that's not. This is getting where we're going to store the items, or the interact list in this case. And this is stepping the SQLite instruction, the SQLite statement, and if we have an error, just logging that, and then fetching the data from SQLite and then storing it in JSON. Right, because interact was a simple JSON array, so we're simply adding to that array for every one of these. Yeah, interact add other. Where's entity? Oh, right. Okay, so every entity potentially has an interact list of other entities it interacts with. Got it. Back to the unsafe life. Yep, just for a while. I keep thinking I would really like to get this into Rust. I've sort of been bitten by the Rust bug. Yep. But I'm in the middle of this migration, so it would be just insane for me to switch to Rust now while I'm in the middle of this migration. Is constant C++ compile constant like in Rust? Const is like the inverse of mute, so this means it's immutable, whereas these two are both mutable. So it's like I'm borrowing from the store and the database, and I have access, immutable access to the diagnostic log, diagnostic sender. That's what that means. And you have to remember, in C++, it's not as strict. There's no borrow checker. It's really just a hint to the compiler that we shouldn't be modifying anything through this reference. If we tried, the compiler would give us an error. It allows the compiler to optimize certain things. So auto is like in Rust when you don't specify the type. So you have to have a type in C++, so they have a placeholder now, auto, where you let the compiler figure out the type based off of the context. In Rust, you wouldn't need a word at all. You would just not have a type specification. Plan, the closest I have is today. And that refers to game, which you can check out there. Actually, I should probably get the game up and running. And I should have this window prepared. Good morning, Nightshade dude. So let's see. With this window, I'll serve the game, and this other one, I'll run the player. So this work started like the how long command says. Oh, the Epic Unknown has resubscribed for 14 months. My goodness, all these resubs coming in this morning. Hello, Epic Unknown. I've been working on this game since mid-November 2018, so it's been a while. This is long before I knew Rust, so it's mostly, the back end of the game is mostly in C++. The front end is mostly in JavaScript with React. So that's why in one window I'm launching the game servers in C++, and the other window I'm using NPM to both build and sort of host a local copy of the front end of the game. So if I click here and click localhost, if all works well, then now we're in the local environment of the game. So all of the information you see, all of the NPCs in the game, all of the background, everything is stored in JSON. And again, that looks like this. And I'm trying to get it into an SQLite database whose schema is sort of reflected by the entity component system right now. So there's generally at least one table per component type. Some component types have multiple tables, like, for example, doors. A door in the JSON looks like this, where it's got some top-level stuff like the entity number, whether it's open or closed, whether it's locked or unlocked. And then it has these, which are door modifiers. Basically, whenever you open the door, make these changes to the entity. And so I chose to model that as a separate table called door modifiers. So that's why you see entity open and locked in one table, modifiers in another. And, you know, it's customized for this particular component type. Something else would have a completely different look, like an item. It looks nothing like a door. Well, actually, take that back. Item looks similar to door only in that there is an entity reference and then there is a component object. Entity reference component object. But the contents of the component objects are utterly different. They don't share any keys in common. The shapes could be various. So I've been following the model of every entity type, every component type in the game has its own, at least its own set of functions to read and write from the database, and each one has one or more tables in the database. In JSON, it was very simple. You just take it and push it into an array, and you're done. With SQLite, I have to translate to and from a table, so that code kind of looks like this, where we're like the interact one is very simple. Interact, let's go to it. It's just an association between one entity and another. In JSON, it looks like a list. So like this, for example. Here's a broken one, for example. So normally how this would work is if two entities are interacting, this one should have one entry, and then this number is in the other one. So they refer to each other. But you could have this entity talking, like this could be an NPC who two players are talking to. Let's say these two are both players. So this could be in that list here, and then this is in two different lists. See how that works? So two players talking to the same NPC. The main reason for this interact list is so the NPC doesn't start to walk away when any players are talking to them. So as long the game system that controls NPCs moving checks the interact list for that NPC, and if it's not empty, then the NPC can't move. It's pretty simple, right? So the way we store it in SQLite, again, is this one-to-one. No, it's not one-to-one. It's one-to-many. No, it's a many-to-many, because there's no primary key. Many-to-many relationship or association. So when we select, this basically selects the entire table, every row from the table, right? And then we're going to loop through, and for every entity other pair, we're going to look up the JSON array for that entity and add the other to that array. Hey there, Rub-a-Dub. How are you doing today? And the epic unknown, hello. Auto is actually not like underscore. Auto is like the lack of a type. So, for example, if you have like const auto x equals 42 in C++, the equivalent in Rust would be let x equal 42. All right, so if you had auto x equals 42, that's like let mute x equal 42. And if you have const int x equals 42, that's like saying let xi32 equal 42 in Rust. So auto is a lack of a type qualifier. So here we don't have an auto because we have a type. Const is like the lack of mutable. So here we don't have here we don't have const because it's mutable. So mutable is const is the inverse of mutable, and then auto is placeholder for a type when you want the compiler to determine the type by inference. So yeah. Does this look as strange to Rust developers as Rust does look to me? I wonder those things. Probably, right? All right, so yeah, and again, if you came here hoping that I'd be working on Rust today, I'm sorry, but I have to make some progress on my C++ code, at least to finish this list. I'm trying to get this list of component types to have read support from the database. If that's done and I do a few more things, then I can have all of my this new feature where the game's data is persisted in a database and not in a JSON file. And then I'd be done with that little feature, and maybe I could work on something different. Right now, in the middle of this huge migration, though, does it look odd? Does it look a bit odd? Yeah. The main thing is that in the old days with C and C++, you always had to have a type. There was no such thing as type inference. So to make it work, where in the days now that we have type inference, they had to have some kind of placeholder for that type. Auto used to mean automatic storage class, I think, or something like that. But no one used the keyword, so they decided, let's repurpose that keyword to be a stand-in for a type where you want the compiler to figure it out. References in C++ look weird. I think the same thing about Rust. So you have, let's say you have int x equals 42, right? And then you have int y equals x, right? That's in C++. Let me get my keys right. In Rust, that would be... what happened? Did I just reload everything? Okay. I accidentally hit a key and it reloaded the entire window. A Rust equivalent of that would be let xi32 equal 42, and then let y equal mute x, right? Because there's no const here, and there's no const here, so they're both mutable. Pretend that was mute. And this, actually, the equivalent of that would be that, right? Because we're being explicit about the type. If I had auto here, though, then it's back to an implicit type. But when C++, you have to say that. It can't figure out between... in Rust, you could have said let... do you have to say mute here? I don't think you do. You could have said it this way, which would make a copy. So when you say that, it assumes you meant copy. So if you want a reference, you have to say reference there. I guess it's not too different from Rust. You have to be explicit about whether you're making a copy or a reference, right? Anyway, it just looks kind of weird in that it's sort of backwards. Everything is backwards. The left side goes on to the right. Const is the inverse of mute, that kind of thing. Looks fairly verbose. Both are fairly verbose. Rust tends to be verbose, but with terse keywords. Yeah. Anyway, talking about the difference between C++ and Rust, because I know a lot of viewers have been watching me the last month learning Rust, and today I'm flipping back to do some C++ work, and so it's a little jarring. I'm still considering what I want to do with Rust next. The things I could do with Rust are new project in Rust, or existing project, the game, totally ported to Rust, or existing project, game, new features in Rust. I suppose the middle ground with that would be existing project, some existing features ported to Rust. So there's like various degrees of how I might work with Rust in the existing game, or just a new project would be in Rust, and the existing game would stay in C++. Yeah, the and is for move semantics. So that is usually done when you are passing to a function. So if you have like, I mean, it's sort of silly to do with int, but I'll do it anyway. So if you have int x is 42, and then you have some function void take x, or take, we'll just call it take, int x something in there, right? Like, it'll just declare it. In fact, I'm going to take this and put it there. Then you have take standard move x. In Rust, the equivalent of that would be a function that called take, that takes a x and returns a unit, and then you'd have in this case it's own, so I guess we'd just say let x equals 42 and then take x. So in C++, when you call a function, normally you are only passing by value or by reference. There's no concept. There wasn't, there originally wasn't a concept of ownership, of transference of ownership, but they added it through what's called an R value reference. Basically, it says it's an owned. It's roughly the equivalent of an owned variable, where you when you define it like that, you're saying it expects to consume this variable x of type int. And you have to say that because there's a rule in C++ where if I just left it like that, because x is a name, it is what's called an L value, not an R value. And there are complex compiler reasons why that I can't explain because I don't know it deeply enough. But I've grown accustomed to knowing that if you were to put a temporary or a literal, it does fit the requirements of being an R value, so you can move it in. But if you have a named variable, you have to use standard move around it to convert it into something that you can change ownership. So after this, x becomes back. It goes back to its what do they call it? It's newly initialized state, or no? It depends on the type. Most types you can't use it, but there are certain methods on the type. Perhaps you can reuse the variable. Like if x was a vector, you could still clear the vector. How would that look like if we turn this into a vector? Standard vector of int, maybe. And then we had like standard vector x, and then we'll just use initialization syntax 1, 2, 3, right? So you could do x.clear and then, you know, then start using it again, push back 4, and then you end up with 4. In Rust, the equivalent of that would be vec of I32, and it keeps thinking I'm completing an XML. I hate that. Anyway, I wonder, yeah, why isn't plain text, why does it want to complete with XML? Anyway, this would be, let's see if I get the syntax right, like that, and then that. But in Rust, you can't do that and reuse it. It will tell you that you no longer own X, and so you end up having to make another variable, right? C++, you can reuse it after transferring ownership. If you use certain methods that are specified to be able to reuse an item from its I can't remember the word, like deinitialized or moved state or something like that. Anyway, so yeah, that's what an R value reference is. It's roughly the equivalent of when you're transferring ownership in a function call. Oh, I see. Yeah, you have to say let again, right? And you have to redefine the type. So maybe that's the closest equivalent. Yeah. So remember, these aren't pointers. This is a reference. There's another, you know, the older way you use references in C and C++ was with pointer. And with pointers, there never was and probably never will be the concept of ownership of pointers in C and C++. They are just raw values. The closest thing you can have in C for an owned pointer is with standard unique pointer. Well, I guess there's make unique now, or standard shared pointer. Standard make shared 43 or something like that. So, but these aren't using pointer syntax, right? The old style, like int pointer x is new int 42 or something like that. There's no ownership. It just is a pointer, and you have to remember sometime later to call delete x, or you get a dangling pointer or a leak. With the new style shared managed pointers or shared pointers, it works more like in Rust, where it is an owned variable, but in a box. These are roughly the equivalent of boxes. Well, this is roughly the equivalent of a box. This is roughly the equivalent of reference count. So this is sort of like box, and this one's more like arc than anything else. Unique XML, yeah. If you make X mutable, you wouldn't need another let binding. You mean even after you've moved it? So you could say, I could do this? That's news to me. I guess it kind of makes sense, because you're saying I want to change it, and here you're saying you gave what its value was to someone else, so let me reuse it. All right. Okay. News to me. See, I'm very weak on Rest. But yeah, anyway, there are lots of parallels I could draw. And lots of things I can do with Rust, so I haven't really decided what I want to do yet. I've been toying around with this idea of totally porting everything to Rust, but that would put my game on hold for a while, and I know people want me to make progress making content. Ultimately, I need to do what's best for me and what I want to do. And I really like Rust, so I wouldn't mind doing this, but I think it would be a ton of work, and I don't know Rust very well yet, so maybe a smarter thing to do would be either something small, like I was doing with the admin tools, to just put them into Rust and learn from that, or maybe maybe some new features would be in Rust, and I'd work on using the FFI and getting a hold of that. It's with the same linker. You could use either Rust's linker or the standalone linker, and like that comes with your C compiler. The object file format's the same, I think, yeah. Well, Rust adds some new formats that aren't compatible with C and C++. but you can arrange Rust code to be compiled to the same object file format that is compatible. Convert the front end to WebAssembly? I guess that's another option. Try, well, game, I guess this would be game backend. Well, actually, hold on. To put Rust with WebAssembly would be doing this, but with the front end. So we can say there are two sub things here, back end C++ to Rust, and then the other one would be front end JS to Rust plus WebAssembly, right? I feel like for new people, the ownership isn't the hardest part. It's the functional syntax and figuring out what member functions of data structures do. I guess. Do you mean new people to programming or new people to Rust but know another programming language? Think about what are the strengths of C++, what are the strengths of Rust, and then decide what to do in what. The only strength I can think of in C++ is that I've known it for longer. If I were to start from scratch, I don't think I would ever pick C++ now, unless I needed to do it for a job. There you go. The only two, there are two strengths that I know about for C++ compared to Rust. One is that you can get a job writing it easier, and the other one is that I've known it for longer. They even have a version of Tungstenite for WebAssembly. Why would they need a separate one? I thought you could just take any Rust crate and build it for WebAssembly, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right, I want to update the current task because I think I know what I'm going to be doing now. I'm not starting up the stream anymore. I am adding code to my game to read items from the SQLite database. That's what I'm doing. I want to become a Rust wizard. I'd rather be a Rust wizard. Everything I've read about Rust, once I've gotten past the learning cliff, I've just liked it more than I have ever liked C++. Like, I find it kind of, it feels dirty to be going back to C++ and working on this again. WebAssembly doesn't have all the low-level blocks. You can't use UDP in the browser directly. Well, can you use UDP in JavaScript directly? I didn't even know you could do that. Like, same thing in JavaScript, right? You can't go to low level in JavaScript either. You have to talk to the JavaScript runtime. Oh, that's why. Okay, yeah, I think I just answered my own question. Because you can't go to a low level, the crates out there, like Tungstenite, just won't work. You have to constrain yourself to just what the WebAssembly runtime has. The Rust Evangelism Strike Force. I'm just saying personally for me, everything. What are the things I don't like? Favorite. These are all minor now to me. This still kind of bothers me, but I can get over that. This I've gotten over. This is just the learning cliff. Yeah, I'm getting to the point where these are my initial things I didn't like about Rust. But they were only the initial things I didn't like. I got used to it. It was part of getting adjusted. What's the term when you like go to a different country and it takes you a while to acclimate? Acclimate. I got acclimated to Rust, and a lot of the stuff went away for me. There we go. Suddenly crabs everywhere. That's right. Their turn forever. You see me glancing off to the side is to see who I haven't said hi to. Hey there, Grumpy Game Dev. And Rust compiler. Hello. See, when I say hello, my bot says, okay, you've said hello to them. And again, I don't want to completely automate that because I like the personal attention human response that I when I have to do it myself. What happened to my timer there? It started blinking. Weird. Anyway, try multi-threading in Rust next. I did a little bit of that when I was reading the Rust book. Thread spawn and all that. Your role is pleb. Oh, that's just don't take offense for that. That's just a funny word to mean that there is no role, because in Twitch chat, if you have no badges, you're not a VIP, you're not a moderator, you're not staff, you're, what are you, right? Normal? And it's sort of a joke in Twitch that if you're not a VIP or mod, then yeah. It's probably a little bit offensive, isn't it? I should probably just change that to be like none or normal or something like that. Current task didn't update. Did I not save it? Oh, because I wasn't finished. Save. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Epic Unknown. I also made it pleb because like I didn't intend it to be shown on stream. I just needed some word there, and so I can joke around with myself. But yeah, I should probably change that. Turtles? You call yours lawn ornaments? I think I would just use a neutral term like roll none or something. No roll. Normal? Base? I don't know. Rollless, yeah. By the way, did you hear that they're going to remove some of the same words I removed from my game from the Linux kernel? Interesting. All right, current task is to move games. So the way I have this set up, this is all in one huge ugly table called the select elements. And the way that works is select from database, loops through them, and basically this is the equivalent of calling a closure that is stored in a table. So yeah, back to the really slow IntelliSense with C++. Yeah, so this is an unordered map, which is in Rust, that would be hash map. The keys are strings, the values are these, which, yeah, again, it's very slow. Standard function is like it's a trait object, which is a closure in Rust. So it's either a closure or a function, and something that operates on the entity component system, the storage part of it, and then the database itself, and then we have a logger that we kind of tags along. So that function, select from database, is called when the game first starts up, when the entity component system is told to deserialize. This is reading from the SQLite database, and then this part is the old code that's reading from JSON. So I haven't done this yet, but after we get all of the entity component system to load from the database, anything down here where we're deserializing from components will fall away. So I believe all of this would be deleted. Or what we do is we simply empty this object, this JSON object, and so it would never go into that loop because it would have read everything from the database. This right here is where the majority of the game time is spent when we're first starting the server, like a really long time, like 10, 20, 30 seconds. And it's only going to get longer as the game gets bigger. So the whole goal is to remove this extremely long parsing code and select from the database instead. And IntelliSense is going to be slow loading. Another reason to move to Rust is my code is just so badly organized and huge that the IntelliSense has the trouble. Actually, I guess refactoring would solve it too. Okay, that's going to go nowhere. Oh yeah, this is painful. Problem is this select elements hash map is it's got a whole bunch of closures built directly into it rather than constructing it through function calls. What am I saying? I don't know. I'm already tired. I'm already tired of working on this only what, 40 minutes? Anyway, let's add some stuff. items. This has to be the name of the thing in the store. So that has to match what's here. Okay, it's item, not items. And then this is the closure. It has the same, let's just copy paste. It has the same layout. Only we're going to say extract item from database items. Yes. Actually, let me think about that. Maybe I could reuse this one. I wish my IntelliSense would work. It's just really slow. Maybe I could reuse this stuff here. Only thing I'm worried about is for item, we could have missing elements. Right now, I am using a null JSON value. Where does that actually go? Where does that element go? Oh, it's stored. Okay, yeah, we can't use that then. Dang it. Well, hold on. I did use that for Golem commands. And for Golem commands, there were things that aren't filled in. Like alias of is not present there. So would it actually fill in a null there? Yeah, empty square brackets marks the beginning of a closure in C++. Back to my game, and more specifically, writing tests for your game. Since I have become a TD nestling working towards fledgling, can you just how your name my tests? Okay. My test names are very, very, very verbose. So let's look at my item tests. That's not a good one. Oh yeah, what am I doing? Shouldn't I be writing unit tests first? I guess they're not that verbose. Deserialize from database. So I need to make one of these tests, but for the code I was just about to write, right? Yeah, I should be writing tests first. I'm just out of the habit, I guess. Rust. Well, it's that learning of a programming language. You're doing exercises that are sort of contrived, right? So you don't tend to write tests unless the instructor modeled the work to be first, within a framework of testing. But a lot of like the stuff in the Rust book didn't. There was one small chapter on building tests, but then everything else didn't use tests to teach you. So yeah, I should be copying that and doing the same thing down here. This is item, deserialize from database. So I want to insert into item I guess we'll do, what I'll do is I'll have one weapon, one piece of armor, and then one item without those things, and then maybe one with a note and one without. Ultimately, I need all these names, so let me copy this in here. And you get rid of all these quotes. And yeah, I need to delete a bunch of stuff here. Let's try to do this smartly. So, Alt-L, beginning of the line, move over one word, select to the... Actually, let's remove this one. Select to the end of the line. I hit the wrong key. Okay, I lost my multi-cursor. Alt-L. Move to the beginning. Move one word to the right. Select to the end. Comma. Space, delete. One word. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, back. I guess just hit delete a bunch of times until I squash it down. There we go. Actually, I could do that. And then put brackets on both ends. Only I need to fix this one up. How do I want to do this? I don't know. Like that, maybe? TDD isn't just code that tests code. Well, what more is it, Grumpy Game Dev? Well, it's also the documentation. So it's saying, like, for example, this test that I was copying from, it says that if you have these things in your database and you deserialize it, you should get this array out. Right? So it kind of tells you that it's stored in the database this way. Inside the game, it's a JSON array like that. Do I want to arrange it like this? I guess I do. I don't know what I want here. Do you have multi-line string? Yes, but then I wouldn't be able to indent. So I could leave off all of these, but then all of the new lines and spaces would get preserved. So I could do that. I could do that, but then all of the spaces and new lines get included, and I didn't want that. Oh yeah, that's a macro. So macros are a preprocessor thing, so it's not even part of the language. It's just string replacement. It just says replace this string with this string, and it happens to support arguments, but it's a very primitive argument replacement. It's like what literally is there, literally it's put into here. Even if you had funny syntax in there, doesn't just take one token. Well, actually, I guess it does, but it doesn't have any significance. It doesn't tie any significance to those tokens. Yeah, Rust has testing built in as in part of the compiler. Yeah, C++ doesn't. So what we have to do is we have to use a testing framework. I use Google Test, and that comes with a whole bunch of macros. So this test F through a bunch of macro hell ends up generating a class with a method that the test runner can find and call. So this is sort of like one instance of the program that is a row in some kind of table of tests, and when we run it, and whether it passes or fails gets added to the collection of passes and fails for the tests. Our strings concatenated just have two strings, then they just get glued together as if you did this. It does that. The compiler collapses strings when it's compiling. Okay. This is going to look really ugly, no matter how I do this, isn't it? That's okay. I just have to bite the bullet here. Despawn time 1.23. Max quantity 10. Name. Gold. Quantity 5. Note. Null. Type. Money. Attack bonus null, cooldown null, damage. Okay, I can copy paste from here. To 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, I gotta clear my throat. My apologies. I just noticed my chair is not centered right. What happened here? Fix my chair. I saw I was like way on the edge. Yeah. Needed to clear my throat. Delete. Copy. Paste. All right. Let's say I have a sword or something. So let's say it has no despawn time. Max quantity 1. Name sword. Quantity 1. Note sharp. Type main hand. Attack bonus 2. Cooldown 0.5. Damage bonus 0. Roll 1 die 8. Armor null. Alright, and then let me have an armor piece. So copy, paste. Helmet. No note. Head. And most of these are going to be null. Except for the last one, armor 2, or 2, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, cool. And I need to have different entity numbers here. Okay, so 3 entities. Pile of gold. I don't need all this space here. What if I collapse some of these? Yeah, I can collapse some of these. What is that doing? Oh, I see. All right. This is very error prone, isn't it? That's okay. Done it once, then I can copy it. Hey there, Silmeth. Am I finding returning the joys of writing C++ again? Painful. I don't like it. I go back to the mess that I made for myself and think, you know, I just need to get myself out of this mess. I mean, I suppose I'd be ending up doing this in Rust too. It would look different. Hopefully a lot cleaner. Ultimately, I chose to use a database, so I have to work with database statements. Okay, so what do we expect for item? It's we expect an object, right? Let me look at some of these other Oh, that's how I formatted it before. That's okay. Close enough. Right, here we go. There's an item. Put that there. Indent that. Okay. So the gold doesn't have the elements for weapons, so we just delete that. Actually, hold on. I'm going to copy this a couple times. Whoop, I'm being raided. Tail learn code. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. I'm in the midst of working on some ugly database code. How are you guys today? A few nice type-safe query builders for Rust. No idea what's the availability for such libs. Yeah, who knows? That's the one thing, like, I was so pleasantly surprised to learn about Rust is that there's a really vibrant ecosystem with, like, the crates. And C++ is just a, it's just a, I don't know, a wasteland. All right, copy, paste, paste. All right. Thank you for the raid again. What was your stream about? Tail Learn Code. And how was it? Hey there, Copper Beardy. Look at that. Look at those beard emotes. I love it. Okay, this one had a despawn time of 1.23. Max quantity 10. And it was quantity 5. There was no note, right? Okay, that's one item. Second item was a sword, right? Okay, that's 524. Next one was 525. Okay, I'm not going to bother having these comments here. The attack bonus I picked for that one was... Hold on. 2. Cooldown of 0.5. I remember this. It was 0, 1, 8. And there was there a despawn timer? No, these ones didn't have despawn timers, so there's just no key. Max quantity 1. Sword. 1. No note. No, this one had a note, right? Sharp. Main hand. All right, and then this one was armor, so... Armor. Of 2, I think I set it to. No despawn timer, quantity 1. Helmet, I think I called it. Helmet. Head. 1, no note. Okay, so that's the unit test. Hit the wrong key again. Okay, so before I actually implement it, let me... I was in the middle of implementing it here, right? Where was that? I don't know what line I was on. I'm gonna have a hard time finding it. Oh, it was down here. Good. Let's comment that out. Let's build this thing. Rust has ECS crates, so you don't have to roll it yourself if you don't want to. Well, for me, I'm going to want to roll it myself. In fact, I was thinking of rolling my own for a few other things, like the web server stuff, too. Hey there, Lumicode. Although, I'm not sure yet. I might try out I have a list of web server stuff to try out. I don't know. I suppose not writing things from scratch would get me further along if I did switch to Rust. I'd like to reinvent the wheel, but then I've already reinvented it once in C++. Do I care to reinvent it again? I don't know. Anyway, it's built, so I should be able to run this test here. Unless my tool is all broke in the month since I last did this. Run the test. It should fail. All right, cool. Show where it is. The other tests in this suite should pass, though. All right, so it's just this new code that's going to fail. And that happens sometimes. Right, invalid JSON. That's what we get when there is nothing deserialized. So we're all good. Now I just need to make this code I need to write this code to make the test pass. Wouldn't it be easier for you since you already know how it works? Yeah, I was thinking that too. Yeah, I need to get myself out of this jam of migrating all of the entity component system over to the database first, then start thinking about what I'm going to do with Rust. Okay, do I use that, or do I try to use one of these and try to figure out how this worked with nulls? This obviously did work. How did that work? Let me go find it. Did I test this properly? I didn't. Oh, no, I did. It had a null, and it didn't show up here. Okay, so obviously this did work somehow. So, how does it work with nulls? Let's find out. Hey there, that noob. Did you get all the data already in the database? Yeah, we're just trying to get it back out now. Yep. So, the to-do list, I had gotten all of the ECS into the database. Now we're just trying to read it back out. I want to see how does it handle nulls? It must be inside of this extract elements from columns. Oh, there it is. Okay, so if the type is null, then wait a minute. Oh, we might expect a null. That's what that means. So the two different places where we'll see null. Either it is null or we expect a null. Which doesn't make sense. Okay. So this should work. I should be able to use this exact table. Or this exact code here. Down here. Only this is going to be item. The name of the table in SQLite is also item, right? Yes. Okay, then I just have to have an entry for each one of these rows. So let me comment that out and just, whoops, form the list from that. Hold on, I gotta answer this phone call. Sorry about that. That was the Mrs. Raimu. All right. All of these and beginning of line, brace, go over one word. I'm still getting used to the keyboard mappings that I made. Then select to the end. Oh, select to the end of the line. Delete, delete, comma. Here we go. Okay, it's key item something. And then db type something. Most of them are going to be integer. All right, and I just need to fix these up. Oh, is this going to take forever to load again? Dang it. Max quantity. Nay, I guess it's not that long. Quantity. Oh, now why is it taking so long? Sometimes it takes a long time, sometimes it doesn't. I need to move to Rust. I think what it is this is inside of a closure, inside of a big table. And so it's like, it's just really slow. Okay, these don't have equivalents, right? These are just A, B, C, D, D, B, D, N, D, D, and armor. All right, and then some of these are reals, so that's a real. Some of these are strings. note type cooldown is a real. I think I got it. Oh, text is text, not string. All right. Takes so long to load, no caching. It should be cached. It's just my code is just such a mess. I mean, we're only halfway through the file and it's 3,600 lines. This file is horrendous. It's an abomination. It's just too big. Would the raft system also work with Rust? Yeah, there's a raft crate. I looked it up. There's everything in Rust. Everything you can think of has already been done in Rust. So why would I do it from scratch unless I really want to? If I go to Rust libs and I type in Rust raft, look, there's the Rust implementation of raft right there. So there you go. Thought Rust is slow? Yeah, if you think Rust is slow, or try to go into a very, very messy C++ program and get the IntelliSense to work. Oh. You have to go, Copperbeardy. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping by. Can you have mutable statics in C++? Yeah, everything is mutable, or can be mutable in C++. It's a Wild West language. Hey there, Atomic Nibble and C17R greetings program. What is a real? That's just a database terminology. It just means floating point number. Did I answer everything? Can I show the database? I can show the schema for the database. I actually can't construct the real database yet because there is one more missing piece. We can write to the database with changes, but there's no initial migration code. I haven't written that yet. But the database itself is just a bunch of tables that mirrors the structure from the JSON. So that was, you know, different types of components mapped to different tables. Start with the bare metal C++, and after some time it starts oxidation. Yeah, it returns to Rust. Exactly. And in SQLite, the types, yeah, they're just suggestions, yeah. Show passwords. There are no passwords. The closest you'll get to a password is in the players. There's the hash code right here. And this isn't even, you know, this isn't the production. This is the test environment. So, like, I frequently actually spoken the password for this account because it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's all hashed with, we can close that, with pbkdf2, which there is a Rust implementation of, so we don't even have to do that. So yeah, the hash and its salt, we store those. I'm gonna totally hack Bob's email. Oh, the example.com one? Yeah, I even have a mock email server that we can send email to the example.com domain and it just gets stored in a local mailbox. Yep. So this should be it, right? I shouldn't have to do anything more than that. Hey there, Death Run 2. And Fargo Bitwise, hello. That's Dry Hex. Working on loading the game, that's right. And it just passed. First try. It's like I've been doing this for years. Alright, so this is the test. Inserted 3 different items into the database. Tell it to deserialize and we should get these 3 JSON objects back out and it works. Nice. That means we're one step closer to victory. How do I mark something done here? It was Alt-D? Yep, done. Let's check it in. To boost my mood, I will check that in as incremental progress. So work in progress, migrating game data to SQLite, add deserialization of items. Yay! Look is just as easy as interact. That's going to be really quick too, right? The look, so collapse everything. Let's look at the look table. Yeah, it's just an array. It's going to be super simple. So there should already be tests for look down here to serialize. Yeah. So it's just arrays get turned into, oh, it's hard. It's off the screen there. These arrays get turned into expected elements there. Oh, that was right. That was create and that's update. So the 8 turned into a 9 there. Yeah, so this should be really, really easy. Let me steal from interact. Change the current task to read look arrays. That's too long. There. Copy. That didn't work. Copy. Whoa. No, 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 no. Copy. There we go. I feel like sometimes I'll never get used to the new key mappings I made. All right. These are all look. The table arrangement is the same exactly. So I'll just keep this exact thing here. Look and look, right? The table is named look. The component is also named look. Where do I have that? Here. All right. Build it. Run it. It'll fail until I add an entry for it in components, which is stolen from interact because it is exactly the same format. Paste and just call it look. Wait, why is this a special function again? And anyway, we'll just make one that's mirrored from interact. Yeah, ugliness of header files. I probably don't even have that file, right? Nope. No, don't do that. There we go. Oh, that I never fixed that name. This should say interact. This is not global. Class function is used to manage the storage of character interactions. Never overwrote that. Well, you know where I copy pasted that from now. Used to manage the storage of it's a different kind of interaction. I don't know what words to say. Look interaction, look associations between characters, between entities in the game. All right, so I'll need to add that to the CMake list. Stuff I don't have to do if I'm in Rust. That's okay. Source CCS look.http and then ask Rust to configure. And I'm just going to steal from interact anyway. We'll just grab the entire file, right? No, just this function. Down to here. All right, and then this is extract look. All right. Something tells me I shouldn't be copy pasting this. That I should somehow combine interact with look to be like array or something like that. That's okay. That's okay. It's all going to be Rust soon anyway. Have I tried C++ modules? What do you mean by C++ modules? The old stale comments. You had one in a code base you managed for Racing League that referenced a series that had been run 2 years before. Yeah, if you copy paste, probably need to refactor. I already know I need to refactor, so I already know I've lost the... Well, I already know that I have my work cut out for me. Extract it to be used in a generic way, but if it's only used in these 2 instances, like, it is a trade-off, right? If I only have 2 array-like components in the entire game, maybe it's just quicker for me to do this one copy-paste rather than... Because I'm probably when I touch this again, it's going to be to refactor it anyway. Yeah. If it's a 3rd time, though, yeah, I think that would be good. This one. Run the test. Pass. Excellent. See, we're done. Let's just move on. We've ported the look array. On the 3rd, I better extract? Yeah, we will. Probably call it something like, what? I already lost my place. Oh, I have a bookmark. Yes, there we go. The bookmark saved me. Probably something like extract array element, a component array from database, right? Or extract array association from, or extract entity association from database is probably what I would call it. Call it thingy McThingface, yeah. That's what I sometimes feel like when I can't think of names. So, to do, done. I like checking things off the list. Okay, let me first check this in. Fix, copy, paste, mistake. All right, these 2 go together. That goes with that. This goes there. That's the test. That's the to-do item. So, work in progress. Migrating game data to SQLite. So, add deserialization of look components. Push that. Hey there, Red Sky 1. Oh, do I want to take on NPC? That one's a big one. NPC is big. There were a lot. Well, actually, maybe it wasn't too bad. Oh no, there were a lot. There were a lot of things in the NPC table. And it had 2 tables, right? Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this one. Where would I find... Okay, that's here. NPC's got 1 huge table, and then, right, there are associated tables. Aggro, loot, path, travel, and then class is a separate one. Which also had its own loot table, yeah. This, I think I'm going to skip that one for now. Let me skip NPC, class, maybe player 2. How bad is player? Player is pretty big. It has inventory and equipment and quests. Let's skip it. Position? Position's nice. Position's nice and doable. Let's do position next. Current task. Read positions. Well, entity positions. Make a script to generate schema from, but every table's different, so how would that work? Hey there, Papadas del Papa. If I could make a script to generate it, then I would, but the shapes are drastically different between one component type and the next. So how do I show that? Like here's the look, here's what items look like. Here's the input components. The only thing that's common is that we maybe could have a script do for us is the entity, the outer shell of it. But the inner part where the bulk of the data is, the shape is completely different. So NPC looks like this, and it's got nested stuff in there like the weapon. And I think for creatures, it's got a loot table in there. Let me find a creature. Yeah, there's an inner loot table here. It's nice and compact looking in the JSON, but to fit this to a database, it's really tricky because the loot table might have multiple entries in it, so this is its own table, right? And everything else squashes in one table, but there's just a lot of columns, right? There's just a lot of little bits of data. Position is a lot simpler. Let's do that one next. Okay. Let me copy from input. Yeah, let's take from here. Position. And paste. Save the vegetables for last. Save the hard ones for last, yeah. Okay. Position, right? XYZ. Those don't need to be on different lines. I could probably fit this all on one line, right? Depth and gone. Those values. So let's put some values in here. 1, 2, 3. Depth 0. Gone is false. Do I want to have two things in here just to test it? No, that's okay. Here are some rows. I paste them there. 1, 2, zone 3, depth 0, gone, false. Excellent. Fail. All right, and then back here. So it's the name of the component outside. And inside, I gotta use one of these. Okay. The first one's the component type, then the table name. So that's pos and position. Hold on a second. I have to hydrate. Okay, so it's column names first, and then here position zone. These are all integers, and this was depth, right? Key. This one had a key. You might be wondering why sometimes I use these symbolic names and sometimes I use strings. Well, that's because this game has gone through many iterations or many steps in its evolution, and at first I was just very lazy about it. Also, I thought that X and Y as dimensions were self-explanatory and didn't need symbolic names, but then I started being more disciplined about it, and I actually made symbolic names for all the keys to all the JSON objects, but I just haven't gone back and made it consistent. But yeah, zone is the Z. It's not Z dimension. It's an actual zone in the game. It's really a two-dimensional game of where they're just different levels. Okay, depth and gone. And that's a Boolean. All right, that should be it. There's a lot of noise where I am. I wish I had my own office. I have like 3 kids around me all talking to each other. All right. That didn't work. What did I not do right here? Position? I must have missed something. Yeah. I must have missed something basic. What did I do? It might have been... This might be wrong. To XY, Z, depth. Is it zone, not Z? No, it is Z. Yeah, that's why I use this mic that keeps me tethered here, because it's got a very drastic, steep cutoff, so you can't hear all the talking around me. If I'm talking and they start talking loudly or yelling like they do a lot, you might hear it. But if I'm not talking, the noise gate cuts it out. It's much like converting JSONs to structs. Imagine if we use structs for SERD, the job would already be done. But how would you do stuff like this where it's all nested and stuff? I just don't know how to do that right now. I'm also stuck in C++, so SERD doesn't help me right now. Where is it? There's the schema. It's called position. I mean, it's possible that this isn't working. I guess I can debug that. F11. So it didn't get an error. So it should be in the database. And then it should get to this line. Okay. When are they ever going to get it so that I can just step in without going into the standard library like that? Go to there. No error building the select statement. No error with the step, and the done is false. Okay, so it did get something in there. Okay. Data. Type integer. Integer is 1. Okay. Go away, window. I hate it sometimes the IntelliSense window doesn't go away. There it goes. Okay, then hold on. It did extract it. Is the entity number wrong? No, the entity is 523. The component type was POS. There's the entry for it. So then what is just my test wrong? Oh, the test is wrong. Yeah, there we go. C++ doesn't have debugger yet that shows struct data structure in detail. I thought the what is it? I switched to another plugin and it was working better. It was Code LLDB. Someone in chat told me to try out Code LLDB, and that got me a lot better debugging information. I think Man told me to do this one. I was able to get it to work a lot nicer with slices. I haven't tried it. Actually, I haven't tried it with structs. But this one allowed me to get a lot better debugging with Rust with slices. All right, did I build it? And run it, and it passes. Okay, good. All right. Check it in. Actually, I need to go to the... Whoops. Need to go to the to-do. Mark it off. Done. Oh, I need to take a break. Yeah. My break timer is down to under 7 minutes. So let me check this in and then take a break. All right. Oops. Work in progress. Migrating game data to SQLite. Add pos component. Well, position component. Deserialization. One step closer. GDB handles Rust pretty okay too. I had trouble with slices at first with the Microsoft debugger, or yeah. I haven't tried with GDB though. Yeah, you can always go back to just print style debugging. I like that. That's also handy. That same style you use with loggers, right? Assert equal in Rust is much better. All right. I'm going to take a break. Take a slightly longer break. I'm going to go for 5 minutes. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Starting the timer now. See you in a bit. Hi, I'm back. A minute early. Hey there, JT. All right. I was chilling out during the break. I was thinking, how much more do I want to do this? Maybe try to balance it with something else. I did that the last 2 times I'm working on this. I think because I'm sort of digging myself out of a big hole with this database migration stuff. And it's going to need a lot of refactoring, and it's just very unpleasant that it's making me want to do a little bit of it and then do something else, so as not to like get totally sick of it. Maybe what I'll do is I'll get through the easy ones and then switch gears to something else. So I don't think Quest is going to be that easy. We're done refactoring. I've eliminated Python completely from my projects. I don't think I have any Python code left. In fact, I could probably go delete all the Python code, right? Let me go look really quick. Under tools, right? I had all my Python stuff. Oh, I had these other tools, except list. These are really small though. Bands. Caseinator. I don't think I need this anymore. This was just a quick tool to do some conversion. Yeah, if I keep this, I would want to convert it to Rust, wouldn't I? Oh, the deploy script. I never did that one. I should do that one too. Yeah, maybe that's what I should do the rest of today. Is to port the rest of my Python. I did scripts and items, but I forgot about deploy, and then these little standalone ones, I guess I could do them also. Yeah, working on converting stuff to use my database is what I was doing. Yeah, but I've gotten bitten by the Rust bug, right? So I'm really liking what I was doing with Rust, but I was in the middle of this massive migration of responsibility from JSON to a database, and for the various components of the game, and their shapes are all drastically different from each other, so each one needs custom attention, and just that work is just ongoing, and I can't just put it off forever. So I was like, I'll put some more time into it today, but it's a struggle. You hiding your Rust using from friends and family? No, I tell everybody that I'm using Rust. You can quit anytime you want. Yeah, Rust mass migration. This is migrating in C++. So it has nothing to do with Rust, but it's just that I was enjoying doing Rust so much, like it makes me not want to finish this older work. Do you feel like the day has started right without using Rust? I don't know. I don't know, man. I haven't got my Rust fix yet today. I think I will go back and work on this, but first let me get through the easy tables, and then you know what I'll probably do is I'll save these difficult tables for when I'm not streaming. Then I can just totally focus on that and not have to divide my attention. Get through that mess, and then come up with a strategy for how I'm going to refactor that or move everything to Rust. First step is to admit I have a problem. Is it a problem or is it a good thing? Okay, let me pick the next component I'm going to move over. Quest, I think, is a difficult one. Yeah, because it's got quest and quest reward. It's not as difficult as the others. There's only 2 tables, so maybe that's a candidate for, like, after I get the easy ones. What about save? Okay, save is ridiculously simple. That's not complete. It's just got a primary key and that's it? That's not right. Hold on, how does that work? How does that work indeed? Let me look and see. Well, What's the whole point of that table? It's just lists the entities that have a save? What? I don't even have it in my test environment. What the heck? What is it built from then? Oh, that was in production, right? I should just look for this save. Oh, I think I remember this. I don't remember it completely. Oh, right. Saves have positions too. That's what it is. If a position is a save point, it's marked with an extra component called save. Okay, so this one is extremely easy. I think I can do it with an empty table, so I'll just steal from here. Paste down here. This is save. Save, and there's just the entity. Let's put two of them in there. So, I remember this. This should be, what? JSON value true. And we'll have one in here where it doesn't exist. This would be JSON value null pointer, right? I think. Hey there, Storm Dragon. How are you doing? I'm doing okay, although it's a jolt to have to go back to your ugly, dirty C++ code after working with Rust for a month. And like, my game is just so complex because it really is like a challenge. A bit larger projects are really a challenge to keep organized. All right, so that's what I expected. It wouldn't. Hold on a second. The noise is just getting to me. Someone was like literally standing a few feet away, ripping up a cardboard box. All right. What to do? What to do? Learning how to code in what programming language? The feeling of doing things. Wait a minute. I have the same feeling of doing things dirty way whenever you have to touch Java after switching to Kotlin. Yeah. It's like you so much would prefer doing programming in the language that you have been learning and not the old one. Especially when I go back, it's not just the language, it's the fact that the project is so huge and sprawling and I haven't done the best job of keeping it organized. Save. Actually, you know what I think I need to do is have custom code here. How did I do serialization? I don't see anything called save here. Let me look for those. Let's place a bookmark here first. And then let me look for the word save. Is that all I needed to do? Have an empty, what is this? Component field names. Really? Hold on. This is the code I haven't written yet. Just an empty one? But this I can't, this won't work because okay, I don't even remember. We're learning C#, nice. I started using Rust this last week. Great language. We think a lot more interesting features. Libraries have a lot of unspoken wisdom. It's hard to find. Yeah, I agree. Confusing straw. I call it the Rust learning cliff. So if you run into the Rust learning cliff, then I sympathize. Yeah, from future to future's future. Yeah. Null is just int 0. Null pointer is a type. There's no null pointer is not a type. Null pointer is a value. right? The type of null pointer is null pointer t. At least if we're talking about C++. Null in C is a value, and the type is, I believe it's void pointer, if I remember correctly. But, you know, like 0 would be an int. Null pointer is the one and only value for the null pointer t type. Yeah, but I think technically the way null is defined, it's void pointer of 0. It's like, and that just says that the thing pointed to has no intrinsic type. I think that's what it is. I could be wrong. I don't think I can use this one. How did save work before? Don't I have a test for this? I do have a test for it. How did this ever work? Yeah, I think the way it is which buffer am I in? Pound define null is like void star of 0 with extra parentheses around. But I might have the type wrong. I might have the type wrong. It's casting 0, the value 0 to be an actual pointer. You meant null pointer is type meant type so you can overload on it? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Currying. I don't remember what currying is. Also, I'm dealing with a lot of noise around me. Noise can be very distracting. In C, it's void star, not C++. Well, in C++, you use null. This null. This is the C null equivalent, the C equivalent of null pointer. All right. Let me try to understand how this test actually worked. Going in. Oh, I think I remember how this was. I think they had custom code in here. Was it here? Yeah, I didn't get into async until like the second week. Async was the second learning cliff I ran into with Rust. The first one was lifetimes and borrow checking. Read their scriptures. Sorry, I'm trying to focus to get through this. Sorry, I'm not going to be able to stay in sync with chat and focus on this at the same time. Let me try to focus on this for a little bit. How does this actually work with save? Oh, so this is going to be empty, so it won't do this at all. It'll just be insert into save E values, and then The value will be like no extra placeholder. Okay, then how does execute create statement work? Wait, does that mean that it's just a placeholder? This is just a placeholder? I guess so. It doesn't matter if it's true or false. If it just exists at all, it'll end up in the database. Okay. Your code sucks. Stop asking me for advice, Rust. I think Rust does a pretty good job until we get to the borrow checker and the async and lifetimes. They have a lot of room for improvement there. All right. I don't know where I am. I need to go to my last bookmark. I think I do need a custom deserializer because this one will just assume it should be an object, right? This one's just always going to make an object. Yeah, this always makes an object. I want one where it doesn't make an object. Yeah, I might as well just make a specialized one. So it would be like this one. Extract save from database. All right, so we're going to have save that HTTP. This module declares functions used to manage the storage of save positions in the game. Save points in the game. Extract save from database. And then this is save.cpp. Parts that have to do with save points. Actually, it's the save system. Yeah. I don't know if I need all these pound includes. I probably don't. Let me just start with emptying that out. And we'll want to include our own. I don't know why this was including components. That's weird. What shouldn't look CPP include look HPP? Weird that I didn't do that. I mean, let me just do it properly here. Include save.hpp, and we're just gonna delete everything out of this file except for that one, and this is extract save from database. Okay, and then I need to add this to the make file, save.cpp and save http. Make. Their missionaries and evangelists are too nice, but you also rail against F# and you actively use F# on stream. You're an equal opportunity grump. Well, you're allowed to be grumpy. It's in your name. You think crates.io ought to list the features options available for the crate? Oh. Yeah, I was just going to say maybe libs.rs would have that, right? It lists dependencies. Does it list features? Where in lib.rs does it do that? Like, what was the one that had a whole lot of features? Maybe RAF does. But if there's actually a standalone tool that I saw that Museum had made for that. I don't think this is the right one. Oh, yeah, I misspelled his name. Cargo what features? Museum made this tool that Mr. Halsey was running on his stream, and you can use it to list out all the features available in a crate. And if you say lib.rs also does that, I don't see where, but that would be cool too. Other features. Where do I look for that? Yeah, I just don't see it. Okay, so you want me to do the WebSys, right? Maybe it's because Raft doesn't have features. I'm looking for it. I don't see it. I see dependencies. Oh, right here, other features. Okay. It's not as good as Museum's plugin because his actually shows a tree. So does that mean Rust had it too? I just didn't see it. No, it just didn't have them. All right, cool. Tiny text on the right, yeah. Hooray for tiny text. Hold on a sec. All right. Wait, what does it not like about this? Eh? Oh, namespace realm server. Build. This code is wrong, but I want to make sure it actually, it's still just, it should build even though it's wrong. Misleading errors if a module has a syntax error or some other issue. What I've also seen, confusing straw, is sometimes you won't get an error, you won't get a syntax error when you should because Rust is tripped up by an error, by a syntax error somewhere else. And it could be before or after. So what I've learned to do is just focus on where the compiler errors it's reporting are, fix those, and then let it reevaluate and find the other errors. Also shows a bunch of errors in any including modules can be annoying. Yeah. You think the docs to some types could be improved by explicit statement what important traits are implemented? For example, tungstenite async WebSocket could just explicitly state it implements stream where an item is a result, either a message or an error. And it's supposed to be used as a stream instead of forcing you to look at the impl stream for WebSocket. Yeah, I tend to agree. Although you'd sort of figure that out if you follow the examples, which is what I ended up having to do. It's like, okay, the documentation didn't say how to use it, so let's look at their examples. Oh, their example is use for each. What's for each? It's in stream extension. So in a roundabout way, I figured it out. But yeah, I kind of agree. Yeah, if like it should be listed like as like prime trait or something. Like if the whole intent of the type is to implement some trait, it should just say that this is the trait you should be looking at for this type. Because that's what it's intended to implement. All right. So like maybe a level of distinction for traits being more important than others for a type, maybe. So this is just select entity from save. All right. And I don't need to do this at all. We're fetching one column. Yeah, and I think we're just saying that equals true. And that's it. All right. Run these tests again. Okay. That didn't work. Let me verify the test is right. No, it's not right. So what's wrong about it? Everything's wrong about it. Oh, did I not? I didn't put... No, I did put an entry for it. Save. Wait, what? Did it not compile? I just didn't look at that. I just didn't build it in the first place? What? No, there's something else going on here. Is it even getting here? There's something weird going on here. IntelliSense is really confused. It actually is getting here. Okay, but there were no rows in that table. This, let me try to reload. That might just be an IntelliSense issue. If there are no rows in the table, that means this insert didn't work. Oh, there we go. That's a problem. This struct intended to be mainly used as an implementation of that. I just think people should write more documentation for their crates. Like, I thought that... retrospectively, I just thought, like the tungstenite, for example. Tungstenite. When you look at their documentation, it's sort of pathetic. It just says that. That's all that they say for the entire crate. They should have some paragraphs about, like, what's the principal class? It's WebSocket. How would you use it? You know? Like, you have to say, well, okay, I could figure out that maybe we want the client module. And then they say, well, methods to... It's just very, very minimal. It's like, okay, I guess we have to go to client. And it just says, do the handshake. It's like, what the hell? No, it doesn't just does the handshake. It actually gives you a stream. So, like, I'm just very unimpressed with how light the documentation is. And if you go to their GitHub, I think, they principally say, look at our examples. Take a look at the example section to see how to write it. I don't like that so much. They should have more like this is so bare. Now, why is this still a library in progress? I did WebSockets in a few weeks. Why can't they have fixed it? How many years has this been out? 4 years? When are they going to be done? It's a little weird. From my background, like something like implementing WebSockets wouldn't take 4 years. It would take only a few weeks, and then I'd have a lot better documentation than this if I wanted to like make sure other people reused it. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. You don't want me to get angry. I don't want to become angry. It's just very frustrating when you're learning some new framework and the documentation you go to learn from it, and it's so bare. Just make my own? Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'd do their documentation for them in a pull request saying, here's some proper documentation for your library. Grumpy Raimu is one of your favorite Raimus? Damn kids, document your crates. Back in my day, when we made a library to reuse, we actually made documentation for it, and we wanted people to read it. They do have some nice docs. Oh, Rocket? Yeah, I saw their site yesterday, and it looked nicer. I figure, you know what it is? It's just engineers write these crates for some purpose, and their primary purpose is not for people to reuse it. It's for their own work. I mean, I'm guilty of the same thing. I made my own WebSocket library, but I didn't make it principally for it to be reused. I made it for myself. So I can kind of understand where they're coming from. Do my tests run now? Show where that is. Run it. Oh, did I not build it? I did build it. So there's some other bug. Oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. Really, this ought to be 2 lines. There we go. Here's how to return JSON for 200 response or a different JSON struct for 404 response. Yeah, exactly. Oh, they don't have something like that? Huh. And you also didn't publish it? I did publish it sort of on my GitHub. Hey there, TS Jost. And also, I haven't said hi to Jacquemus. Hi, Jacquemus. And Confusing Straw never said hi to you either. My bad. Can you actually have in one statement enter 2 rows? I thought you have to have a different statement for each row. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That should have worked. Unless I didn't get the shape right. Oh, it's this last one. All right, this should be just that. Invalid JSON. Yeah, all right, good. Good. To do. Ah. Okay, why is my... Okay, because I'm hitting the wrong key, that's why. I'm like, why is this key not working? Because it's the wrong key. Done. Save. All right, we added those. We added that header, that include. And that entry. That test. Finished that, and that's the implementation. Okay, so work in progress, migrating game data to SQLite. Add deserialization for save components. Commit. All right. You blame your viewers when a lot of tabs are open on your side. You also yell at your fingers and they mistype things. So you and I understand each other, Grumpy Game Dev. I could try it. You want me to try that? So you say I can have a... Yeah, I can do that in one statement. See if I can get away with it. I don't know. I didn't know you could insert multiple rows at once. Oh, there you go. I learned something. Thank you, TS Jost and the Grumpy Game Dev. Yeah, I didn't need values more than once. It actually inserted 2 rows there. Do I know how to create a single element tuple? Single element tuple. You mean like this? Enum foo bar? That's a single element tuple, isn't it? What do you mean by element? Oh, a tuple, not an enum. Like type foo equals like that? Single element tuple? Or more generically, like that, right? Do you even need a comma? Don't even think you need a comma. Yeah, exactly what Confusing Straw did. So I could say like, let x equal 42. It's not the same thing as a single element, actually. It's a different type. It's the difference between t and t with parentheses around it. And probably all tuples share some common things that, so x here would work with anything that works with a generic kind of tuple. Wouldn't any primitive value really be a 1 tuple? I mean, I would think that no, because these... Well, hold on. X and Y here are different things, aren't they? So do you have to have a comma there? I don't know. Conceptually, I think it could be either way, but my guess with Rust is it treats that as a different kind of type. Comma is needed. Okay, I'll take your word for it. But anyway, syntax aside, I can understand how Rust might treat these as different types because it's very pedantic, and it will say this is not only does it have an integer inside, it also behaves like a tuple, whereas this does not behave like a tuple. But if a looser interpretation would be these are the same type, this is just syntactic excess. Yeah, so you need the comma because without it, it just says, oh, you that's an expression. That is saying, well, it's more than just an expression. It's tuple. I guess I can see that. Yeah. So syntax disambiguation. How can you make a GitHub show all your contributions, not just those on the master branches? I don't know. I didn't even know it limited it to just what's on the master branches. I thought it actually showed progress of contributions on all branches. Am I wrong? And hey there, physics, please. Sounds like something you would want to look up. And hey there, Bizarre. You want to look up on Google. Out of curiosity, because I want to know the answer myself. Or Bing. I use Bing because I don't want to be doxxed. But let's say GitHub brain stuck. GitHub why am I having trouble thinking right now? Show contributions all branches. On GitHub in your repo, choose settings. Change your default branch to whatever branch you... Really? You have to do that? That's stupid. Yeah, I was gonna, like, upvote. I was gonna say that too. So it's only counted for the default branch. Huh. Guess you can't. You have to change your default branch. Okay. That seems dumb to me. Yeah. Sounds like it's just a dumb decision by GitHub. You won't be able to see your contributions on that chart unless you switch your default branch. Bummer. I don't need this buffer anymore. We're done with save, right? What's next? Script is a huge one. Tile, maybe? Actually, no, script isn't that bad. Okay, we can do script. I probably already have a script CPP, right? Yes. Why is this still... Did I not check it in? I didn't hit save, did I? Okay, I didn't do this. Oh, that was this change. All right. So SQL, well, you can insert 2 rows in SQL in one SQL statement. Sort of an odd commit message, but that's okay. All right, we're moving on to script. Oh, and I forgot to update that for save. Game scripts. Do a hard one, quit cherry picking? I'm gonna cherry pick the easy ones. I like to save the hard stuff for later. That's just how I am, Grumpy Game Dev. Something similar to Playground C++? Yeah, there are several. Godbolt was one of them. What was it? I should have Godbolt in here, but I guess I didn't. Tools. Oh, no, it was here. Right here. Oh, most of these are for JavaScript only, but some of them work with C++. Was Replit one of them that you could do C++ in? Yeah. So you can use Replit. I don't know how these compare. I haven't used them too much, but yeah, there's Replit. I guess I should just add Godbolt here while I'm sitting here. Do I really need to read their privacy? This is really obnoxious. What if I don't want to read their privacy statement right now? How about I just hit the X? And why is it so zoomed in? All right, anyway. Yeah, so we got Godbolt. JS Fiddle is probably only JavaScript, so is Run.js. What about Code Sandbox? Is this C++ also? I think this might be JavaScript only. Yeah, that one's JavaScript only. CodePen. This also JavaScript only. Start coding. Yeah, JavaScript only. I should probably separate these into which ones are JS only, which ones are cross-language. Stack. Yep, JS only. And IDE 1. This one's got C++. Why 14? And that's 11 or 17. Isn't that weird? Oh, I have to do a new code, I guess. Yeah, so there we go. I have found 3 of them. So, well, I found 2 of them. There's Godbolt that you guys gave me. There's also Replit and IDE 1. C++ 14 is standard for most companies? Not C++ 11 or 17? 14 is just 11 with a few fixes attached to it, right? Okay, I'll take your word for it, Jackamus. Seems weird. Also, hello to Craig. How are you doing? Yeah, when I'm not distracted by looking at other things, I'm working on a game. My game looks like, actually it's over here. Looks like this. And we've been working recently on learning Rust, trying to incorporate the Rust programming language into my game. But today it's continuing some work in progress. All of the data that is stored to back this game is in JSON, and I've been working on moving it all into a huge database. Right now it is in a huge JSON file, which looks like this. So, for example, this is a green slime monster. One of these dudes looks like this in JSON, and I'm trying to get that kind of shape of data to fit into a database. So the schema that matches that for NPC would be up here. I'm not tackling this one today because it's complicated. So it's several tables. There are a lot of attributes an NPC can have, but an NPC can also have lists like an aggro list, loot table, paths and travel lists if they're in the process of moving from one place to another. So I'm working on each of these kinds of components in the game individually, and I've done all these ones that are checked off, and I have these ones yet to do. Hey there, Ramy. Where's the Pet the Beast reward? I had to remove the rewards because they were too distracting to me. How are you doing? And also, wowie. Are you writing an ORM? Sort of. You can call the code I'm writing sort of the object relational mapping, because, for example, this maps the object in my case would be JSON, like position, right? Let me look at positions. Close all these guys. Here's one position in the game, right? This is technically the object, and that's its key, right? And the way it maps to a database is each of these elements of the object, each field of these objects becomes one column of the corresponding table, which is, where is it? Down here? Down, down, down. Position. So that's the table, and it's mapped to this object through this object relational mapping. Very loose terminology, right? Now, there are like other definitions of ORM. There are different frameworks and tools around it. I'm not using any of those. I'm just doing it from scratch. So this is a C++ function I wrote, which can map a component from this part of my JSON to this table using this mapping. Yeah, taking those words very abstractly, I would say, not literally. Trying to be literal about it, because I've been calling this an object. It is a JSON object, literally, and then it's mapping, because this is a map, to how we store it in a relational database. I'm not writing my own tool. I probably should, though. A lot of what happens in my stream is I make mistakes, big and small, and I try to learn from them. So I'm probably making a big mistake in how I'm handling databases now. And when I learn from that mistake, I'd probably make something better, which would probably involve some more tool-supported object relational mapping. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to continue making my mistakes. Script was next, right? So there should be a script. Oh, there is not. Really? I'm surprised. Oh, I'm not in my tests. Shoot. There we are. Okay. Script has a bunch of tests, so let me copy from something similar. Like, I don't know, not save, but position. Sure, we'll copy from this test. Make it applicable to scripts. Script. And the table name is what? Script. Columns are E, name, and contents. And we'll just fill in some kind of test. Foo bar. Doesn't even need to be a valid script, right? What I expect back is a component with a name and a contents. Name foo contents bar. There's my test. Countdown, timer, what are you looking for, Ramy? How am I? How's progress? I am kind of, I don't know, kind of tired recently. I spent the last month learning the Rust programming language, and now I'm returning to this huge project, which is my game, and I'd like to fit in what I've been learning on Rust in this somehow. But I was also in the midst of this huge migration, and realizing how complicated my game's data is, that I have to write custom code for each line here, and thinking, I just didn't. I let this grow too organically and without a whole lot of thought and process and discipline going into it to make sure that these were not so I don't know what the right word is. Not too difficult to migrate. It's been difficult to migrate this from JSON to a database because there's just so much variety in the data. Each component grew separately, and there's very little commonality between them. What are HPP files? I have a command for that. It's a header file for C++. Oh, the thing out there, that's workrave. So let me do an add alias com timer workrave. Alias com countdown workrave. That's the countdown to when I need to take a break. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I've been having troubles getting motivated to stream recently, actually. And some of my friends have been telling me I need to take a break. I am probably going to get some consulting work coming soon, and then I will have to take, I won't stop streaming. I'll probably have to drastically reduce my streaming in order to do the consulting stuff. Surprised that there's a big difference. You imagine it would just swapping out some data access stuff, and maybe that's precisely my complaint. Swapping out some data access stuff. Well, the thing is, before it was very we just throw the JSON objects into this because JSON is so malleable. But in a database, yet it's pretty strict. You have to have tables, and so to fit a very loose JSON mess into strict tabular format is really hard. Can you relate being burnt out on programming? I've been kind of not burned out, but it's this work is difficult, and it's the difficulty. A lot of it comes from my own making, and it's just a very large project, and trying to balance it with streaming at the same time, and then learning Rust. Yeah, it's kind of a lot. What kind of projects would I consult on? It relates to a little bit to my code journey. So I have some expertise in writing stuff in the multimedia and tools, and so there's a consulting gig coming my way, I hope, that has to do with multimedia tools. So I can't really say much more unless I get permission, right? Because companies usually don't like you broadcasting to the world what you haven't yet agreed on. So I should probably ask them, like, how much can I mention to my people I stream to when I do my stream? Transferring JSON to database, have you considered using awk or sed? All right. Forgive me for looking this up, but awk is what? It's a GNU tool, right? It's a domain-specific language designed for text parsing. So I'm not sure how... Why did it bring me down to that? I'm not sure how awk would be applicable. And sed is the same thing, right? It's a stream editor. I guess I don't see how I would use them. Yeah, I'm trying to consider it. I just don't see how awk and sed apply to what I'm doing. But it could just be my own limitation of imagination. Hello, live coding. Angel Marauder. Yeah, I wish I could understand what you mean exactly. But it's probably my limitation to my own imagination. If you can imagine a way that I might use awk and sed to transform JSON to a database, I'd love to learn how to understand that. Either is it? It's LRazorX. What kind of yeah, I already answered that. Okay, sorry, I'm getting confused. I probably need to just slow down. Slow it on down. This test I just wrote, and I haven't run it yet. Let's run it. It'll fail, because I haven't written the code to back it yet. Don't want to say it sounds crazy. I want to say that I just don't see the connection, but let's not assume that it's no connection. Let's just assume, I'm just going to assume for me, I don't have the imagination to see how it would be used to solve that problem. Create model objects with the fields of interest. Create the tables in the database. Yeah, I can see how that would work for the simple tables, but my problem is the complex tables. So, for example, I'll just throw at you the most complicated one that I know, which is the NPCs in the game, right? So the NPCs in the game have fields that fit nicely in a top-level table, but they also have things like the loot table. I need to go down to an actual monster in the game. So this is an array of sub-objects, so there can be more than one. Each of these is another row in another table. Right? And then how would we handle things like these where these look like they're nested objects, but really they're just shorthand for this is really just two columns. So a lot of the differences in shape, I don't know how I would write a tool that would understand how to do this correctly. Thinking of a good way to respond? Yeah, no problem. I just don't have that. I don't get the connection. Yeah, the thing about working with JSON alone, you can kind of see it, and this is just in my small test environment. It's 11,000 lines long. It takes a long time to parse that string. The fact that the entire state of the game is in one long string and having to parse it out is really, really expensive CPU-wise. So, like I've done with this Stream Helper app, which has had the same kind of issue, it used to store all of its data in JSON, and I moved it to a database. It's like 1/10 or if that, the CPU time. It's lightning quick, whereas before it would take like minutes for it to load. Document database for JSON as a native. Yeah, that's been proposed too, that I just stuff these into a Mongo database of some kind. I guess that's another thing I should consider. It's not off the table. It would just be another attempt to do it. And I'm learning as I try this. If this becomes too painful and I can't refactor this down, then I'll have to consider some other option like MongoDB. Store the JSON objects as is. The other thing that I was considering is to just drop the JSON shape completely. That instead of having this complicated JSON, that we would have a real object model. That this would be some kind of object, some kind of structure, and the structure would happen to have inside of it a vector of other kinds of structures. And then we would write serialization, deserialization code for that. And we don't even need a database at that point. We could use our own binary format. Maybe that's just another option. Don't think writing the relationships and the models will actually be all that bad. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. So that just this type of component alone had like 5 different tables. There's the top level NPC table. Then there's the aggro list. Then there's the loot table. Then there's the path and the travel lists. And I'm not even counting the class, which is a completely different entity. Yeah, I just didn't know how to do it. I'll probably look back on this a year later and say, okay, well, now that I know how to do it, I wish I could go back in time and tell myself how to do it. But yeah, we don't have a time machine. If we did have time machines, wouldn't I have used it by now to tell myself what to do? Hey, Raimo, stop working on this project. Invest in XYZ company. Go retire early. All right. The code for this, yes. Getting myself too distracted. We're just going to copy this. Oh, no. I'm going to copy this. Yeah. Instead of position, it's going to be script. And script is both the name of the table and the name of the component, right? Right, and the mapping is name to name. And this is text. Contents to contents. There we go. Store in memory and just never turn off the VM. Actually, when my game runs, it is all in memory. And I've had trouble with running out of memory on the EC2 instance. I've had to upgrade the EC2 instance. That's another problem. What if my game gets big enough where it can't hold all of its state in memory? I might have to like shard the game. Different areas of the game would be at different servers or something like that. Or different clusters of servers. It's all a scalability problem I haven't yet figured out how to solve. Okay, I was really hoping that would work. This shape might be different though. Script. Name content script. Name content script. The entity number's correct. That's position. There we go. I made that mistake earlier today too. Uh-oh, there's that web scale name again. That term. a term that's near meaningless. All right. Yeah, I know a lot of what I'm doing could be done a lot easier in Rust. I just don't know how to do it myself yet. I'll get there. I will become a Rust convert completely. Right now I'm just a Rust initiate. All right, the script is done. Checking it in. I think I do need to change the pace. I can only work on this so long before it starts to get to me. I think we're going to switch to Rust for a bit. All right, so then work in progress, migrating data to SQLite, add deserialization of, and that's really not really the right word either. It's really adding the ORM of it, the mapping to the database of game scripts. All right. How about I take a short break and then I will do some Rust. So let me decide what I'm going to do though. Let's close everything. Don't save anything. All right. How about the game's deployment script? Yeah, this will be fun. I need to make sure I know how to do this in the test environment in Python first. Yeah, I think I'll work on this after I take a break. So let me take a few minutes. Where's my timer? There it is. 3-minute break. I'll be right back. I'm back 2 seconds early. Do you have any smaller self-contained modules in the game? If you could try to rewrite some of them, it'd be fun, although start would probably be a pain in the ass because you need to figure out how to build the whole thing to children. Yeah, Silmith, I agree completely. I've been thinking that stuff myself. My thought was, if I keep the bulk C++, then all I really need to figure out is how to invoke cargo from CMake. And I played around with that a little bit, and I almost got it working nice and automatic. I just need to fine-tune it a little bit, review the work, compare it to what other people have done, and then you know, when I get it really nice, then I can pull in Rust libraries in C++, and then I can do exactly that. So any kind of new stuff could be in Rust. Yeah, it's just that it's kind of stressful having this huge project and then have to switch languages in the middle. But maybe if I just take it a little bit at a time and not get too stressed out about it, I can do it. Yeah, I don't know. It was just the last, how long have I been streaming? The last 2.5 hours were really stressful for me, and I think it's just having to go back to in the midst of a large migration and a really messy code base. Like the fact that this file alone is 7,245 lines. That is bad, right? And then if I look at any random page here, it's just horribly like indented, and I don't know where I am. Like I don't know. This is all bad. Yeah. So it's just super stressful for me to work on this. But I need to do something with it. I need to either complete it and then refactor it, or maybe another thing I guess I can do. I'll pin that. Not the planning one there. Can I just open that one, please? Not that one. That one. I did down twice. I could like maybe go back and refactor what I did for there. Thing is, when I have something half completed like that, I'm just so like I put pressure on myself to finish this first before I consider doing anything different, but I guess it's called sunken cost fallacy. I figure that like all the work I've done so far to get this to where it's 7,245 lines, that I need to finish that first before I can consider fixing the fact that it's 7,245 lines. So probably by the time that I'm finished with the current task, it'll get down to like 12,000 lines, and I'll just have this huge problem I have to deal with. Can't take more than 1,000 lines. See, that's the thing. I'm super stressed. I think a lot of it is because the file has just grown to be amazingly huge, and it was just a huge mistake to have these. Like, what if I collapse these tables? I bet you most of the file is in this huge table now. Well, maybe not completely, but a lot of it is like, yeah, I just need to do this differently. These tables that represent the database mapping are just, they're many thousands of lines long. Yeah. The component complex mappings alone is over 2,000 lines, right? It's bad. And so the select elements, this is the part that we're writing to the database for the complex. And the thing is that most elements are complex. That's also a bad sign, right? And then this is the part that's reading back. This will probably be as long as this one. So it's going to be maybe 2,000 more lines. So yeah. Hey, let's look at something different. Why can't the components be in individual files? I was trying to do that. So for example, the save.cpp, right? This is nice and fits in 51 lines. It just does the reading from the database for save components. So I've started to do that. Like this is the one for look down here, right? The extract look from database. It's not that long. It's not that bad. It's just that there are, what, 30 something of those that I have to do? However many lines this is. 22, 23. I have to do that 23 different times. So, like, it's like pick your poison. Either you have a single file of 2,300 lines, or you have 23 files, each with 100 lines. Either way, like, it's going to be a lot of code, and then I have to consider, like, how much of that is duplicate that I try to extract common functionality, and how much do I work on that, versus maybe the whole approach is wrong, and I need to do it all in Rust. So those are the things I struggle with. 23 files in a new folder, yeah. Let me do something completely different. I still need to practice Rust, right? Multiple articles about incremental rewrites. One piece at a time. You could start that way with the easier parts, leave the monstrosity for the time being before you decide what to do with that. I think I know for a fact that I need to get better at Rust before I will even know the right way to write it in Rust, right? So these tools are nice little compact things I've had success so far in converting 2 of them. The items and scripts here are the Rust versions of these 2 Python scripts. Let's do the deploy today. So that would imply that I am making another bin here, and I don't need to list it, which is nice. So I can just hit new file, right? New file deploy.rs, and this should do the same thing, right? Minimally, I just need function main, right? And then that should make a bin, if I did this right. Yeah, let's let the game continue running. We'll just use this shell. Cargo Clippy. Cargo build, release, why not? And then do target release. Yeah, we have a deploy script. So target, release, deploy. We should have it do something like print hello world. It's a traditional first thing you do, right? Cargo build. Hello world, there we go. See, it's just so much easier working with Rust. All I needed to do was add another .rs file under my bin folder, and then build the thing, and I have another CLI ready to go. Okay, well, the reason is that this is teaching me incrementally different libraries I'm going to want to use later with the real game. Like, the deploy script has to handle zip files. It has to, actually, no, it's just reading an existing zip file. Maybe not. So maybe this isn't teaching me anything new. It has to compute a digest. Did I do that before? A SHA-256 digest. Why did I use SHA-256? Actually. Why did I do that? I don't know why I did that. Am I actually using that package hash somewhere? I am. Why did I use SHA-1 for scripts and SHA-256 for packages? I don't remember. Anyway, I guess I'm not really going to be learning anything new. It's just going to be exercise of what I already know, because I've already done hash digests in Rust. Did you try Clippy Pedantic? I guess we could do that. And then the place to put that is where? Did it for the handshake, but at the end you realize that Rust, the signature, automatically handled. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But we know how to get it back again, right? Yeah. Oh, I was about to do something before I hit straight into Rust. What was it? Update the current task at least. Is it too late to switch the title of the stream? That's the other thing. Like, if I switch what I'm doing now, the VOD will have one title, but I worked on 2 different things. I guess I can update the title and say I can just add on to it. Let me update the stream. Reading game data from SQLite, then practicing, well, practicing. How come I can't spell practicing? Practicing more with Rust. The only problem that I have with that is now I have to go update the VOD too. Yeah, I understand what you meant, Silmith. It was in the auth challenge. I had to generate a signature, but in the signature I had to compute a digest. But then we realized it can do it for me. So this is practicing more Rust, porting the game's deployment script from Python to Rust. Let me make sure I understand how the deployment stuff works. I have a script somewhere here that makes a package, right? Package, type W package. What does that do? It puts various files into a zip file. So I could run this anywhere, right? So I could run that. I could run this now. And it puts in under the stage package.zip. Okay. And then how does the Python script work? Okay, it expects the file to be in the current directory. Okay, so then I could just go to stage here, right? And then run Python tools deploy. And it wants a realm, so it's a candinal 1.0 or something. Okay, so that worked. It shows up in the game here as version 1.0, which I'm going to just remove. Cool. So I want to do the same thing in Rust now. So I'm going to be able, I want to run from here, target release deploy a candinal 1.0, and it should do the same thing. Right now it just prints hello world. And I'm going to want another shell to do cargo build. So I'm just going to make that shell now. Cargo build. Oh, I just forgot. I was doing release, wasn't I? Not debug. On top of the whole file? Do I have to do that for all 4 files I have then? It'd be nice if I could put it in one place like the cargo toml. Is there nowhere to put it here? You're saying I would need to put it up here, right? Clippy pedantic. Cargo clippy. Well, good thing it didn't warn me anything there. Should I try that on the existing files I've already made? Like this one? Paste. Oh, look at that. It has some things to complain about. Interesting. So if I comment that out, we go to 0 warnings, put that in, we have 6 warnings. What do I feel more like doing right now? Looking at the pedantic stuff or making the new... Actually, you know what? I feel more like making the new tool first, and we'll get back to the pedantic stuff. I'm going to turn this off for now, but we'll turn it on later. I think some one-off script in Python that uses an off-the-shelf ORM would make life easier too, since the JSON conversion would be a one-time thing. But right now, the game internally, its in-memory copy is JSON also. That's the problem. But if I were to redo the entity component system so that it doesn't use JSON anymore, then I could just do a one-off conversion and get rid of JSON completely. So these are the things I have to consider, right? Yeah, I have 4 crates now. Yep, 4 crates. Yeah, it really is baked into the game. Yeah. But I want to evolve past JSON for that. It's just that there are many steps involved. I'll get there eventually. At the same time as adding more content. Okay. So I'm going to want it to process the command line arguments the same way as the other tools, right? Is it okay for me to copy paste from these other tools? I don't see why not. In fact, let's copy all of the main. Paste it there. It's just that it'll have slightly different options. Paste. Okay. Oh, right. That requires a use at the top, right? And I want to pull that in anyway. Okay. And for the actual commands, I have them here somewhere. Oh no, this didn't operate the same way, did it? This didn't have subcommands. So I don't actually want the same kind of structure. I don't want a subcommand. It's going to be version number of the package to deploy. This is a version. It's also a string. All right, and then there's none of this. All right. What database format were you thinking converting to? SQLite. SQLite. Write the new tool with pedantic on while keeping it off. You want me to do that? Okay, I can do that. So put the warn back in here. Tick. And right now it's only warn. Okay, there's this one also. Deploy tool. Need to define that. So struct deploy tool. It's going to have something right now. It doesn't have anything. Impl deploy tool. It needs to have a run in there. Okay, so rather than type it, I'm going to copy it from this guy's run right here. I don't think I need to have that state thing this time, or I don't need, yeah. I don't think I need it to be well, no, this one was not a mutex, right? It was a mutex. I don't think I actually need that to be a mutex. Anyway, getting sidetracked. Copy that. Oh, wait a minute, what am I doing? Paste it here. Right, all right. So then I don't have a... I do have a state, but it doesn't need to be inside an arc this time, I don't think. So let's define that up here. Struct deploy tool state. And just make one of these here. State is... I think I can just get away with an RC of it. Are you doing docs? I'm not doing docs. Is that something Clippy Pedantic is going to warn me about? The struct op is going to make docs for these things. Yeah, I learned that last week. It's pretty cool. Oh, I have to have a new for this thing. Yes. Self state is RC new deploy tool state new. impl deploy tool state fn new self nothing in there yet. And what's wrong here? Oh, missing syntax character. Okay, so there's no unwrap, there's no lock here. It's get that was get ref. Obviously, I don't know my RCs yet. Okay, for this to work, it has to implement common admin tool for deploy tool. And this requires a couple of these. Copy, paste. So to do on all of these guys for now. Okay, he doesn't have other stuff. Those can be omitted. To do. Okay, and then these need something in front. Common. All right. Yeah, I don't remember how to work with RCs yet. Is it as ref? Maybe I don't even need to worry about that. Do I just do that to get its state out? Actually, I don't even know why I'm doing this. Oh, the options need to be in the state. Right, because they need to be constructed with the state. I do that here, right? I remember doing this before. So it's ops. And then ops. Why do I have this staggered like that? This should be down here. Okay, and then this should be ops. All right. Make self ref. How to configure ClippyDB as annoying as possible. Why do people do that? Because we want to know all the things we should know. I guess we might as well say we're not using these. Because we're not. This is all good so far. I guess technically I didn't need to do that, right? I only needed to do that before because we were locking a mutex. We're not doing that anymore. So this is just going to be self.state, and I can drop that. And I don't need that. Moving self in there. And that was probably why it was an error before. Now we're back to 0 errors. Nice. So this should end up connecting to the game and doing nothing. Well, it'll end up panicking there at work, right? So cargo build release. This had 0 warnings, right? Nice. So it'll connect to the game, and after it connects, it'll panic saying that it's not yet implemented what we do. Okay, cool. So we got an admin tool that connects to the game and gets to here. You love automating already formatted work, hence your suggestion for Oxed. Okay, so let me read what you said about Oxed. Converting, okay, that link. I want to open that here. This is some sample data. Okay, so, okay, let me bookmark this for later. Where's my notebook? I closed it? Interesting. Why did I close my notebook? Thank you, Angel Marauder. That's your first point in my stream. The points aren't for anything other than bragging rights, but here, I'll give you a second one. JQ seems to be specifically designed for this JSON manipulation. However, forgive your sidetracking. Oh, no problem. I like to at least track it in my notebook. So if you're saying that this will lead me down the path of maybe doing something like tooling or awk-sed to reformat the data from JSON to a database, I'll definitely consider it. So it's not... Sidetracking is fine, because at the least I'll put a link in my notebook if I don't have time to look at it right now. Did you say anything else, by the way? Okay, that was basically it. So follow the leads here, maybe? No. I don't know what the no was responding to, I'm sorry. You can use cargo run release bin deploy to build and run in a single command. Yeah, but I want to run with command line arguments, so I want to run with these command line arguments. Oh no, nothing else? Okay, got it. Got it, thank you. I also want to run it from the stage. I don't know if I can run cargo here. Oh, I can. Okay, so maybe you're right. I was thinking I wouldn't be able to run cargo from here. I need to run my tool from here because it looks locally for its RSA key. That's done in the base of the tool. Right around where? Right here. It reads the private key from the working directory. So I need to have the working directory be on the stage where the private key is staged in order to connect to the game correctly. Also, the main part of the tool reads the configuration from the current working directory as well. So, but now that I know I can run Clippy from the stage, then you're right. I can do cargo build release, and then you said to do bin deploy, and I'm guessing I can do my command line arguments. Or do I do a dash dash? That didn't work. Oh, cargo run, not build. Hold on. So cargo run will build it if it's not built? Uh-oh, Nightshade dude. Good luck, my friend. Don't let that dentist drill too many teeth. Good luck with that. My thoughts and prayers go with you. Cargo run, not cargo build. Yeah, I got it. Well, there you go. That's cool. I like that. Who told me about that first? That was Vizara. Thank you, Vizara. Cheesgy, I forgot to say hi to you. A dash dash separates cargo's arcs from the binaries. Yeah, so that's why I threw it in there. Is that even needed? I think it's smart enough not to need the dash dash. It just says the rest of the command line argument belongs to my tool. I also didn't say hi to Liquid Plumber. Wait a minute, you wanted me to run nursery if you want to be next level? So are you saying the pedantic is not the most strict? Nursery is even next level? Let's run the nursery level. Oh, we have a warning at nursery level. What is it telling me here? F8. Could be a const function. What? I didn't know you could do that. I didn't even know you could say const function. What does that even mean? That's new. I didn't know you could do that. What does that mean? There's a few other people I haven't said hi to, by the way. Muscowbish. Where is your chat? At 12:16, oh, 15 minutes ago. I'm sorry that I missed it. I'm looking for it, I'm looking for it. There it is. Going to do binary encoding of some kind. Probably more like protocol buffers serialization. That's what I'm hoping the eventual thing will be.
And hello. Oh, there are a bunch of other people I didn't acknowledge before. I'm sorry. I'll just say, I won't do a wave and check because it'd take too long. Move 13H, hello. It's a dub, hello. Malaknir and Cloudhawk, hello. Hellos all around. Const functions can be evaluated at compile time used in static contexts. So it's like const expert. Oh, because it doesn't operate on arguments in a way that... Wait a minute. It does take my options. Okay. I feel like I need to read more about that. Anyway, the nursery is happy now that I'm doing that way. I just need to implement the tools work. And what is the tools work? We need to do this part. We need to get the package. So let's begin by saying paste, copy, paste. When you do that, also what? We need that too. Oh, that's interesting. It auto selects a host to upload to. Why would we need that? What do I use hosts for? Oh, I remember this. I might have multiple, no, take that back. I don't know why I did this. What is this for? Because the way this worked was it just sent it to localhost. Why would we need to upload to multiple hosts? Oh, I think because it doesn't become a game command. So each server individually will go and send the package to its orchestrator. Yeah, I remember this. I think I need to include this. So the way I would test this here is I would list it. Localhost. And if I didn't list localhost, if I said like foobar, it would say host foobar is not found in configuration. All right. Interesting. That there's actually a bug. It's still trying. It's waiting for foobar to be uploaded to, and since it wasn't in the configuration, we were waiting for it forever. You want both pedantic and nursery if you want to enable nursery. Really? Keep pedantic. It's different. Okay. Since I don't know any better, since I'm still in the nursery, I will do what you guys say and copy paste and say pedantic and nursery. Nursery lints are new and not battle tested yet, so you are likely to find some false positives with that. Really? Okay, then how about we not do the nursery for now? We'll just do pedantic, because I like pedantic. We'll steer clear of something that's not quite done. It might give me false positives. I do need to parse the host though, and let me get reoriented here. Okay, so I need to do that. We can do this somewhere else though. This could be part of struct op, right? So really I can do a lot of this inside the work function. I think. Wait. Does this connect to multiple servers? Ooh, this is different. No, no, this still connects to just one server. Okay, then how does a waiting host work? How does that work? Wait, what? How do we get the host out of that? Uploading a package. Here's its digest and its version. Oh, we list the hosts there. Aha, got it. Okay. So the game takes care of uploading it to all the hosts that we care about. Okay, good. Then I don't need to worry about this so much. I just need to get that list and then warn if it's not in our configuration. Where was it here? Copy, paste, comment out. The syntax for multiple annotations. Oh, interesting. Thank you, Liquid Plumber. Also, Silmath. All right. So I should at least be able to do this part, right? In the options. And that's here. Game server host to which to deploy the version. Hosts is... Do I need to do more than just say it's a vector of strings? I might have to look at the documentations for struct op. So for now, let's just print it. So I'll leave the to-do here. And I'll say print line hosts. Ops hosts. Self ops. It's not giving me any help with this one. Oh, state. There we go. Okay. Oh, thank you for the follow. I haven't been getting too many follows lately, but that's okay. Host is empty, but if I say foo and bar, it's working just like I hoped. So then this is going to our configuration, getting the keys out. Let's see if I can do that. Let all hosts is self state. Actually, no, the configuration. What do we do with that? We gave it to the common. Does that just consume it? It just borrowed it. Oh, but it holds on to that reference for the remainder. That's okay. It's immutable. We're not going to change it anyway. What do I do with that configuration? Looks like I'm not doing anything with it right now. Huh. I might... Oh, that's right. I remember thinking about this. I might need it later. I should probably just remove it until I actually need it. We might as well give this guy a reference to it as well. And then I can store that up here. Sir JSON value. And that's static. I can do that, right? Actually, I can't. It's not static scope, actually, is it? hold on. There were some other errors I got just now. Oh, because I didn't give it something, configuration. Configuration. Serd JSON value. Configuration, borrow it. And this is in the wrong order. And pass it as is because we already have borrowed it. Takes one argument, not two? Oh, right. Hold on. That should just be self. Yeah. That's what I was worried about. It doesn't live long enough. Okay. How to handle dynamic JSON. What are we looking at? You guys really want me to deserialize it using Serd, don't you? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this as something I want to study later. I keep closing my notebook too. So, need to study Serd and structure deserialization. And I'll keep that. Why is that? Why did that get bolded? Because I hit bold by accident. And I did it again. There we go. Put a link to the doc in the playground. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna postpone doing that. For now, I would just like to concentrate on getting the tool ported as is and not worry about learning Serd serialization. Yeah, it's just I know what I did wrong. I was just very fast and loose and said it's static. I really just need to say that it's of the tool's lifetime. And then I have to say that, right? Can I not say that? No, I have to say that there. And then I have to do that here. And now I can say that they have the same lifetime, right? Can I not do that? Oh, I guess I don't need to do that. And then the same thing here, right? Wait, what? Okay. I don't get it. Found a key in the green room, you hit use, and then click the key, and you write something that needs to unlock. Yeah. You gotta use the key while you're standing next to the box. Preferences instructs the recipe to nightmares, lifetime errors. Yeah, I just need more practice at it. This is the sticking point, though. If I look at these errors long enough, I figure I will, what happens if I run it and it's not ready to run? Okay, it just stops. Cargo Clippy. It's telling me the same thing. Confer an appropriate lifetime due to conflicting requirements. The lifetime cannot outlive the lifetime of tool. Expected anonymous lifetime. Yeah, where's that anonymous lifetime coming from? I think it's saying it just needs to live longer because I'm putting it in a ref cell. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I can't do this. I have to back out of this lifetime. Tool can't be restricted because it needs to be put into a ref cell that might be held for who knows how long. So what if it just owns its configuration? Because it's got to live long enough anyway. It just owns the configuration. It just owns the configuration. But I need to borrow a reference. So let me have a reference, please. So let config ref configuration. Whoops. Hit caps lock by the mistake. But config ref here. Can I not do that? Oh, I can't move it because I have a reference outstanding. Okay, so well, it's either clone or I not let the common tool need it. Maybe it's time to do that. So this would not need a configuration. This doesn't actually need it anyway. I just need to go here and remove this part. So remove that. And then these other scripts break, right? This breaks down here because we don't need the configuration anymore, which means I don't need it there, which means I don't need it down here. Scripts breaks for a similar reason. Don't need a configuration there. This needed it to get that out, so that's fine. That stays. Now back to here. No configuration. Oh, we don't need instance. No, we do need instance. Okay, this needs to be cloned then, right? How did the other tools get away with that? Oh, they didn't own their configuration. Okay. So I can just clone here. All right. Not using it yet, but I will. Right here. Clone it, just clone it. Yeah. We cloned it. Okay, so self configuration hosts as object unwrap and then dot keys, right? What does keys do? Yeah, iterate over the keys is exactly what I want. So I just want that iterator. Cool. And then basically we say if the host is empty, we're going to replace it with all hosts. So if self.op state.ops.hosts dot is empty. Oh, work is taking an immutable reference. That's a problem, right? Because I'm going to want to change the state. How did I get this to work? Oh, I think I got it to work in the other tools by nature of it being having interior mutability. Right? Where is that? Yeah. So these are allowed to do that, to turn an immutable reference into a mutable one by the nature of a mutex guard. Takes an immutable reference but gives you something with interior mutability. So I think for that, then I would need a cell, wouldn't I? Yeah, why do I have an RC anyway? Shouldn't that just be cell? Servers remove 0. I don't know what you mean. Next refactor project, remove all the clone calls. Yeah, well, sometimes you need them, right? Just to keep things simple. Okay. I messed up a bunch of things by calling that a cell, didn't I? Oh, actually, it's because of this. Let's comment that off for now. Okay, because it's a cell, I need to go back to accessing the state separately. So let state equal self.state.getMute. Actually, should I do ref cell? Because this will force me to move it out of the state, right? No, this just gives me a mutable reference, so we can do this, right? This is now state. Okay. So this is cell. Okay, for run, I gotta do state dot get, well, is it to ref? Get pulls it out, right? I don't want to pull it out, I just want to get a reference. I don't want an as pointer. Maybe it would be better to call it a ref cell. That's the whole point of the game. It's nostalgic if you've played Ultima 4 and Ultima 5. That's the whole point. And hey there, Scream Heart. Yeah, it's my attempt to make my own game that reminds me of how games I used to play when I was a kid. Only it's multiplayer, because I like making things difficult for myself. Yeah, it's going to have the same kind of vibe too. Just like Ultima 3, 4, and 5, you would see the world view here, and all the text down here would describe what's happening, and on the right is like information panels. Same thing as in those old games. Yeah, right now, I am doing some practice in Rust. Cell is for copy types. Yes, yeah. I need to do this practice, because what I want is interior mutability. But cell, I have to move things in and out of, right? What's my daytime job? I had a daytime job until I started streaming, and lost it because of massive layoffs at the company I was at. And so now I am doing most of my time is going into Twitch, but I'm also from time to time, considering consulting stuff. So like I might have something soon, and I'd have to reduce my streaming to do the consulting job. But that should all be in my code journey. Yeah. So do I not want a cell here? Do I want a ref cell? I think I need to read again. Whenever I get into this, like, not sure what I'm supposed to do, usually it's because I need to go back and read this again. Module level documentation talks about it, right? Cell, it's the only copy values out of it, replace them. Yeah, I think that's what's tripping me up, is that it's ref makes me think of references. They don't need it to be thread safe. Cell implements interior mutability by moving values in and out of the cell. To use references instead of values, one must use refs cell. Acquiring a right... I think that's what I just want, right? I want a ref cell. So ref cell it is. So this is a ref cell. And then I just do get, right? How does that work? There's no get? Oh, borrow. There we go. Borrowed a reference to clone the realm parameter out. Got it. All right, now we're back. Oh, no, we have one error. All right, so this is borrow mute. Now we're good. All right. Yeah, well, ref cell keeps making me think that it's holding a reference, but I really need to train my brain to think of cell means that it's interior mutability. It means you can start with an immutable reference and then get into something to change it. The ref part means that the way you get to it is by through a reference. So this is borrowing mutably or borrowing immutably. That should just be automatic to me, that when I see ref, that it should be borrow, because that's what you do with references. Yeah, the whole reason I'm borrowing immutable references, I'm going to be changing it here. So if the host's options was empty, I want to change the state.host ops.host. Why is this not helping me? Yeah, can't I get to that vector? Yeah, I don't know why is it giving me trouble. I need to assign to that a copy of all hosts. All hosts.collect. Okay, yeah, the IntelliSense... No, there is an error. I was going to say the IntelliSense is just acting funny, but there is an error. There is no... Okay, this should be state. And collect doesn't work. Why? Let's find out. Value type vector strings cannot be built from an iterator over elements of type reference to string. Oh, do I have to, like, clone them all? What a bummer. Yeah, I need to understand what is keys then. How do I use that? Wait, why is there a value stuffed in there? Oh, that's just because it's the type of the B tree map. Oh, time for me to do, what is it? This, and look at value. Actually, I can just do keys, right? Search JSON map, keys, gives me a keys. Which implements what? Iterator. Where what? Oh, it is a reference to a string. So I'll end up getting a whole bunch of references. Cloned, huh? Cloned. I don't know cloned. What is cloned? In general. Because there's a lot of hits to it. I'm guessing it's something that iterator does? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Cloned. So I don't know it yet. Creates an iterator which clones all of its elements. The output is cloned. Which its item is T. That's exactly what I want, yes. Okay. cloned. See, so I was close. I just needed to clone it. And it's not letting me do this because it's mutable, not mutable. Now it is, and we did it. Shortcut for a map an item to an item clone. Yeah, makes sense. Yep. Cloned is in the standard library. Yes, it's part of iterator. All right. That does that. And then I need an else. For host, so for... It's the same syntax, right? So that's state opt hosts. If okay, so this is actually slightly different. Actually, why in Python did I make a list and then do that? That's inefficient. Couldn't I have just done, yeah, let's break this up. Well, hold on. Let all hosts equal that, and then let all hosts keys equal all hosts dot keys. I can do that and not borrow from all hosts, right? I think we end up with another object so that we can do, right? So then I can say if not all hosts contains key host. Print line this. Host. There we go. I did it. Can remove hosts if you no longer need to take ownership. Oh, this needs to be borrow it, right? And this is a problem. Why? Do I need to borrow that? And then I don't need to borrow this because it is a reference? Yeah. That automatically becomes a reference because this was borrowed there, right? It's slowly sinking into me how to do this. As object mute unwrap take. I don't want to do, I don't want to mutate the configuration. That's why I was trying to make it an immutable reference at first. I wanted to just iterate immutably that. This is meant to be an immutable reference. So, yeah, I'm not going to take it out. Yeah, I don't want to take ownership of that. I just want to borrow it so that I can either make a copy of its keys or to print warnings if things aren't in that list. So that's essentially that. And now I can test that, right? So I should be able to get the same with this. It should warn me that foo and bar aren't in the list before crashing. Yeah, warning, not in the configuration. But if I say localhost, it'll be fine with that. And if I leave it empty, it should put localhost in the list. Yep, okay, so far so good. I know I should probably be doing this with tests, but I'm not yet comfortable with that. One thing at a time. All right. Do I want to do this first and then deal with the package? So this ought to be just another worker, right? Yeah, let's move this. Let's move this out. So cut. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. What do we want to call it? Select hosts or check hosts? self. Actually, it's going to mutate self. No, it's not going to. It's just borrowing self. Paste. And I need to borrow self state down here. Whoa. Oops. Oh, I hate when I do that. That is I swapped desktops. Now how do I get that back? Oh shoot. I forget how to get my desktop back. Now my windows are all gone. There we go. It's window control left and right. Yeah, you're in the jungle. Actually, that's Hawaii. That's a picture from Hawaii. That's my background. You're in the jungle, the mighty jungle. All right, I just wanted to call that from up here. Yeah, we want to do that first. So self.checkHosts. Rusty jungle, yeah. All right, back to Python. So after it does that, we're going to read, yeah, I guess we'll just do that next. So where is that going? That package. We compute the hash before connecting to the game. All right. Actually, no, this is going to connect to the game first and then do this. No, it's doing it before. So I'm actually changing the order in which things are done here. I moved everything into work, even though it used to be done in the main. That's okay. It doesn't really matter. Ultimately, where do we use this package? Use it in several places. And I use it, yeah, I need it there. So it needs to be part of the state. So I ought to just package it here. Do I have a comment for it? I don't even have a comment for it. Load the package to be deployed. So I'll just move this down to there. All right, so what we're going to do, similar to how the JSON is read in, right? It's just read to string. No, it's not a string. I need to do a different one. So let package equals standard fs read. Is it just read? Bytes vector, yeah, so that's what we want. Read package.zip. And that is a result, so I will unwrap it. Because just panic if we can't read it in. Okay, so we got our package in there. And I think I just want it to be part of the state, so that's here. Package is a vec u8. And sure. Package there. Move that into state. There we go. Did refcell ever panic for you? No. I haven't gotten refcell to panic before me. Okay. What is next? I guess we should compute the hash. It was weird. Why am I doing all this before we're connecting? I don't think it needs to be done. It could just all be done here, right? So the real work... Oh no, the real work is to call upload package. Okay. So why don't I just put this straight into the work then? Here. I don't need this line anymore. So paste, copy, paste. So this is print line. Done uploading should be, it's not done when it's done uploading, right? Yeah, it waits until the upload is successful. So we want to return that it's not done. So, okay. Common tool should continue, yes. All right, and then to send a message, that was just common, no, common capital, common, right? Send message through the WebSocket. Message is JSON. This is where I don't quite remember how it was formatted. Find it. Where do we send the message? I just can't find it with my eyes, so I'm just going to search for it. There it is. Oh, we're borrowing one. Okay. And the syntax is that, and inside there is the actual message. So grab that and paste it and uncomment it. Tab over and we're done. Okay, we have a WebSocket. We're using it this time. Okay, here I need the hash. We have to compute these separately, right? Package hash. Package version. And hosts we have, right? That's state.ops.host. Hosts. Is it just these syntax errors not allowing me to see that? Unwrap. How come IntelliSense is just not helping me here? Do I have another error somewhere? Or is it just slow? Oh, is it because it's inside of a macro? Ah. Okay, it's fine with that though. All right, hopefully it's going to do the right thing and convert it to a JSON array. We can debug it for sure, to be sure, right? Oh, except for that, will that work? Can I push I can push a reference through debug. Autocomplete could break inside a macro. Yeah, I think it's broken. It's not letting me autocomplete or control click that. Also, well, actually, we aren't mutating the state. We don't need to borrow mutably. We can just borrow. Okay, and then I need to compute the hash, and we need to get the version out. Where did I put the version? That was an option, actually. Version is state ops version. The hash, though, we need to compute, so compute the SHA-256 digest of the package. Inform the server that we're about to upload the package. And then the last one here is to send the package binary, which I don't have a method for in common. I need to add one, unless send message can do it. No, this one always sends a text. So I have to add one here. Pub function send binary. WebSocket sync binary is vector of U8s. Actually, might as well make it a slice, right? Of, actually, doesn't matter. Do I need to have a lifetime on that? I don't know if I do. And then I guess I'll just have the same convention here. So this is just a binary, right? How does that work? It needs a vector, so it needs it to be moved in also. So does that mean we have to clone it? I guess so. Into? No, clone. There we go. No, it's not clone. It's vec new, right? It's one of these funny methods. It's like to cloned or something like that, right? To owned? Is that it? To owned worked. What's your vector, Victor? Roger, Roger. I don't remember enough of that dialogue. Okay. To vec would have worked too. Where is the... Oh, the error is elsewhere. To vec would work. Is that maybe better? What's the difference between to vec and to owned? This is probably more direct, and to owned in a roundabout way constructed the vector. Just out of curiosity, where does that go? It goes to self-owned. What's self in this case? It's a trait, to owned. So probably vector implements to owned. That's my guess. Vector probably implements to owned, or vec. To owned. There we go. So since vec implements the to owned trait, we're able to use to owned from that trait to make it work with the vector. So is that considered more idiomatic then, to use to owned, or to vec would be better here? I'm going to guess to owned is better here, because then we don't have to assume that it needs a vector. It'll, whatever type binary actually requires, as long as it implements the to owned trait, that'll just work, right? I think that would be better then. Let's go with that. So then I need to, you should take a vec instead of a slice then? Yeah, I guess. I was, for some reason, I was structuring this so that it would just borrow the vector, but yeah, this is inefficient, right? You're probably right. Let's just have it own it. Then I can just say binary here and be done with it. I should probably do the same thing with send message. Why deal with borrowing the value when we're just going to end up cloning it? Let me handle this one later. We'll just do this one for now. So this will do common send binary WebSocket self package. No, state package. That's going to transfer ownership though. Can we do that? And aren't I going to have a problem pulling out of state? Yeah, and it's, I bet if I comment that, it'll tell me about it. Yeah. It is going to be a problem because it doesn't implement the copy trait. Yep. So we can't do that because it's in our state. I could do that if I made it in a cell, though. Maybe that's what I should do. When all your functions work with references and all of them just clone instead? At the very least, tvec is more clear the intent. Well, I was thinking, though, it's not a concern of send binary to know what the implementation detail of that is, right? So this would work even if they changed binary to work with something other than vec, right? As long as they implement, well, actually, no, not anymore, because we're tied to vec. But when we were tied to slice, then it didn't need to know it was a vector. It would work with anything that could be owned, with anything that implements to owned. Factory method instead of directly the constructor. You mean something like T? Or we have a T there? That's even more generic. As long as T implements I don't know. It's probably a way to do it that I just don't know how to do it yet. They actually have a... Oh, you're saying in tungstenite. Okay. Isn't that what I'm calling? Oh, I'm not. Oh, interesting. Huh. So I could say... binary, you're saying. Right? And this should be text. Huh. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, the distinction is that this is decoupled from the actual type, right? This one makes a message that internally calls that for us. You can create a variant yourself by giving a vec. You can call a method which will convert the slice to a vec on its own. In this case, that's the one we're trying to avoid. Just out of curiosity, what's the error when I do this? What is that error that I get? Convert from T is not... So I would need to constrain T so that it only work. Yeah, I don't want to mess with that right now. Maybe I'll come back to that when I learn how to do constraints like that a little bit more cleverly. All right, I'll just keep it like that for now. So, but in order to do this, this needs to be movable out. So I need to put this inside of a cell, right? Standard cell. Okay, and then I need to put it into the cell down here. Well, here it can just take ownership and put it into the cell. Right? So this can just say RC cell new package. No? What did I get wrong here? Oh, this should say package. Standard. You can change vec back to slice and it will work. Is that right? You're saying I can make this a slice again because it just works with the constructor here? Because it handles the generic itself. And that's probably the constraint I needed to know about, right? Aha. But in this case, I want it to own it, though, right? I don't want it to do an into. Into will make a clone, won't it? Value to value conversion, it consumes the input value. Oh, this doesn't clone. Wait, how does that even work then? If it's only borrowing a reference to the slice, doesn't that end up making a copy? Yeah, I don't want to allocate. I don't want to allocate. I want it to own it. So this will, this won't copy either, will it? Yeah, if I give it a vector directly, the whole point of doing it this way was I don't want it to make a copy. I just wanted to own that. As long as this owns it and doesn't make it an unnecessary copy, then I'll be cool with that. Then, where am I? Right, I'm putting it into the cell to begin with, and I'm going to take it out here. So, I'm going to take it out to compute the digest, actually. Let package equals state.package.take. Right, and then this is how we give it back into here. And in the meanwhile, I'm going to compute borrow it to compute its digest. It clones if you give it a slice. It doesn't if you give it a vector, because of the two different implementations of into, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Subtle differences. So technically, I'm not mutating state, am I? Because I'm using interior mutability now. Look at that. Neat. It's double interior mutability. So the hash was with ring, right? Which I am pulling in. Where am I doing that in the common, maybe? Where am I using ring? RSA key pair. I guess I can just look up ring again, how you do a digest. So, how did I get, was it here? One of these is pointing, okay, I'll just close this. Open a new one. I only need to go here. So I want to go to ring. Digest. Ring digest, digest. There it is. Mem module to the rescue? Standard mem take? Yeah, but that would only, okay, that, I know about that, but that only works if the thing can be defaulted, right? I guess a vector can be defaulted. But I prefer practicing with cell for now. Vec works with cell. Why wouldn't vec work with cell? Cell is just it's just a interior mutability. We're still moving the vector in and out of it. Oh, here we did it. Okay, yeah. I already have code to do it. It was right here. Cool. So I'll move that here. Let package hash equal that. And that's package hash. And I don't need that. Oh, I do need to do the hex thing too, don't I? Yeah, I need the whole thing. That. And it's package. And you are going to borrow it, please. And I want SHA-256 now. There we go. We only have one warning, and that is probably that I didn't use the result here, unwrap. All right. So this should actually upload and just won't understand the result message. Yeah, it's just going to take is moving things in and out. So that moves the package out of the cell. the cell will now have the default, just like the mem take, how it works, right? If we look at this, you probably see, yeah, it just says replace with the default. And self replace is using mem replace, so it's the same thing. Only it's got a nicer name to it. Yeah, exactly. It uses memtake internally. It makes sense to me. So if it doesn't implement default, you can't put it in a cell, and you can't use mem replace. Yeah, that's where you'd have to use a box, right? That's my understanding. You have to box it, and then a box has a default, right? Is that right? I can look this up. Box implements default. It does. So since a box implements a default, you can move boxes in and out of cells. If box doesn't have a default, then why does it implement the default trait? I think it does. Oh, but the thing inside the box has to have a default. Is that what it's saying? Okay, so then I take back what I said. Box doesn't get you around not having a default. I guess what would you have to have it inside of then? Reference counted? Why do I use cell? I guess I don't need to anymore. I had it inside of a cell because I guess I put it into a cell because I didn't want to use mem replace myself directly. Cell is just a convenient thing. I can just say take it out of the cell. The vector can be defaulted, so I didn't need to put it into a cell. Yeah. You guys are right. So I don't need to use a cell. I'm just using it for that convenience that I can do that without having to do the longer form would be let package equals standard replace mem replace I don't know how to do this. Is it take or something? Take state package. I'd have to do that. This looks nicer than that to me. I guess that's the only reason I'm using a cell. Because I can do that and it's cleaner. Internally, it's doing the same thing for me, right? The replace is a mem replace with the default value. Okay, so then this should just work, right? I should just be able to run this. Connecting, uploading, and there it's computed the hash for me. Oh, interesting. It prints that stuff out too. Yeah, it didn't implement line 36, which is when it receives a message coming back. All right, cool. It's probably in the game now too. Oh, look, there it is. Remove it. Cool. So all we need to do is handle the thing that comes back. How do I want to clean this up? This is sort of an oddball that I do this out here. Can I just do this in the main? I could do this in main, right? I could do that like right here. Yeah, and what if I just move that? I'll just move this down to the main where I wanted it where I had it originally. Check the list of hosts to receive the package, defaulting to the list from the configuration. And then paste. And I don't need to do this. And this is configuration.hosts. And then these state ones go away. This needs to be mutable. And I'm done. I don't need the I don't need the check host anymore. I don't need to call it up here. Done. You can use cell with non-copy value, but it's meant for copy values. I guess if we put something in a cell and it's non-copy, you just can't take out of it, right? So you can construct it in the cell, you just can never remove it. That would be my guess. Okay, so have that host business taken care of. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. So then, yeah, the work, this line is out of place. The reason I'm doing that is I need to borrow it for various things, right? So if we just put a line up here, borrow the state of the tool to work on it. All right, and then I'm going to end up doing the same thing here. Why did I put that into a ref cell? I think it's so that I can, in run, I can do that. I think there was just a legacy reason of why I did that. I don't think I actually need that into a cell after all. I can just say that. That doesn't need to be in a ref cell. So we don't need to say that at all. And then this is just borrow from self wherever we need to. And same thing here. I don't need a cell for that. And I don't need to do this. Yeah, okay. So it must have been some... In one of the other tools, I needed that for some reason. Do I even need this separated out? I think it had to do when I was doing asynchronous work. Yeah, legacy reason. It's the problem is I was copying from the other tool. I didn't need to do that. Could I collapse this out completely too? I think I can. Yeah, let's do it. So let's move that all the way out here to replace this. Whoops. Move that out to replace that. So there's no deploy. So this is deleted. So I just need to move that to the new here. Where's the new? Down here. Oh, I need to take a break. I'm actually probably just going to suspend this for now. Because I'm nearing the end of the stream, I think. So that goes there. And then kill that line, unindent that, kill that. All right. All right, so I don't need this. And whenever we see self state, it's just self. And we're cool again. I never use configuration, huh? I thought I did. Oh no, we used it here. So yeah, I don't need it anymore. Neat. I can remove one more thing. I don't need configuration at all. Neat. I love Rust. Once I know what I'm doing. Okay, so then the message handler. The only thing we really care about is when upload is complete, right? So that's what this is meant to do. So it was, let me just copy from the other tool. The items tool did something similar, right? Handle message. Right, it just doesn't match on the message type. And the one we care about is upload complete. And we're going to call self hold on. Either self colon colon or self arrow self dot on upload complete. Actually, I am going to need to do that. Also, just realize I'm going to need an interiorly mutable set in a minute. I'm going to need that. Upload complete may or may not be done, right? Right, so this should forward the, well, it should be handled to whatever that is, so it should just do that. This will return whether the tool should be complete, and then otherwise it's unhandled. Message type goes there. We use the message. I don't think we need the WebSocket at all. I just need on upload complete. Function on upload complete. Self. And then message is a third JSON value. We own it. Removing it all, that's right. So, and this has to return a common tools should continue. Right now we're going to say no. So common tools should continue, no. Just to make sure this compiles. Oh, we're only borrowing the message? Okay, fine. Where'd I put it? Right here. We're only borrowing the message. And then another parentheses. Okay, so far so good. Okay, so what do we do here? We do this. So let me copy this. And I'm gonna paste it right there. And I'm going to comment it out and say, okay, so it prints something different depending on some content of the message. So let success, actually, I don't need to have an intermediate variable. I can just say if message success as bool unwrap, else that print this. Okay, we might as well pull out the host first, right? Let host equal message host as string unwrap, and I can just say host there. Else print line this string. That's host, and then we're gonna have an error. So what if I just do it this way? As string unwrap. What does it not like about this? Is this not a Boolean? What am I doing? What's the syntax mistake here? I'm looking for it. I don't see it yet. Okay, I don't know what it is. Is it just that? Okay, we'll just leave this in here. Or I'll just leave it to do. There we go. Won't it panic a message host if not success? There's always a message host, whether it's success or fail. So we always expect it. So why have two different places where we compute that rather than, I should have done this from the beginning, right? So there's always a host in the message. The success is either true or false. There's always a host. And if success is false, there's additionally an error message. Yeah. It's kind of funny how my error message is, how my message schema works. Okay, so actually, yeah, this is the tricky line. I don't have this awaiting hosts yet. And I construct that out here somewhere, right? Awaiting hosts. Right, so we're given a set of the hosts here when we're told to run. And that's in our options. So we already have that. We already have the option, the host list. The trick is to turn it into a hash set. So I need to do that on new, right? I need to have the set of things that we're still awaiting. Awaiting hosts is a standard collections hash set of strings. There we go. Should do this with structs. Do what with structs? Okay, the new needs to construct that to be a standard collections hash set new, and then I can do like options dot cloned or clone into? Huh. Can I do that? Oh no, it wants me to have a target there. A host dot cloned iter cloned collect, right? Or does collect always put it into a vector? Maybe I just give it cloned and that's good. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Do I have to like loop through and insert it into the hash set one by one? JSON parsing. I know you guys keep telling me to do the JSON parsing with structs, so let me just make it clear. I will do that, but not today. All right, today I'm going to do JSON with the as functions with unwrap, because I don't want to be trying to practice two things at once. I'll do the JSON parsing with structs a different day. All right, you can do hash set from iter. Okay. Let's just look it up. Hash set. It's probably, it might be one of these traits, right? From iterator, there we go. Okay. So, because it's in a trait, I'm going to have to do a use, right? Yeah, it's going to tell me which thing I need to use also. Do I need to do it in the command line to see it? Cargo Clippy. Standard iter from iterator. Okay, fine. Iter from iterator. There we go. We made it happy. It's not opts. Do I have to do this outside or something? Let's just do this outside. So let awaiting hosts equal that. There we go. Now it's happy. Hosts. It didn't like me doing that inside of here. And I don't think I need to do a collect. You think collect would have worked rather than doing from iter? I'll try it. I thought that's what I tried at first and it didn't like it. Yeah, it doesn't like that. But it might be the same reason, right? I need to just do it out here. Okay, yeah, that works too. I thought collect worked with vectors, but okay, so it's a generic from iterator. Okay, so it just works because it's needed in this context. It will be a hash set. Got it. All right. Thank you. give you a point, and let me also give a point to Vizara. Collect uses from iterator trait inside, yes. But I did need to pull that out, right? I think it's because it gets confused about opts, right? Awaiting hosts. It doesn't like the fact that I'm borrowing from opts after moving it here. But if I do that, then it's more clear that we want to do that first and then construct that. Interesting that like the compiler can't figure that out. You would think that the order of execution of each of these wouldn't matter, and it could arrange it to do this one first and then that. But I guess it's strict in that it always does these in order. So we have to say compute that first, then do that, and then move it in there. All right, so then now we have that available, and what I want to do is remove from there and see if it's empty. So I want to say self dot. Oh, this is where I need to have interior mutability, don't I? I need to put it into a ref cell. So because this is immutable reference, I can't just say self dot awaiting host dot remove host. It's going to complain to me that requires it being mutable, which I can't do. So I gotta ref cell that guy. That's okay. We'll get over it. We'll get over putting it inside of a cell. Wait a minute. What? Oh. My hand was off by one row. All right. So yeah, standard cell ref cell new that, and then this has to do a borrow mute in order to remove, and now we're good. You say deploy, where are you deploying to? I'm deploying to my game. So my game running here, it has a list of versions of the game server that are available to run. And what I do locally is I make a build of the game. It has to be in the same architecture as the game server. So this is Windows, so it should work. Make a zip file that has the code and other stuff in it, and then I'll run the script, and it will upload it to the game servers. And we're not done yet, but that's okay. It actually does successfully upload, so it shows up here in the game. So literally that is in the packages folder. What is it? In the packages folder, there will be a copy of that zip file that was written to by the game itself. So that should match exactly the package.zip file here. Those match. Now, this is because it's on my local host, right? This is totally overkill if I'm just doing it on my local host, because I could just copy that file to that destination and be done with it. But the whole reason why we do this overkill is then in production, the game is not running on my computer. It's running in the cloud somewhere. So I use Amazon Web Services, and I talk about that in infra, I think. Yeah. So there's not just one process, but there's a 3-process cluster. It's on an EC2 instance. And so what I want to do is basically run the same script, but in my production workspace, it would send that same package.zip, but it would send it to Amazon Web Services and then store it there for use by the production servers. So that's what all of the script is doing is sending an image of the game to the game. It cringes you, or really, I'm just using it as an easy to manage Linux virtual machine. It charges $10 on a free instance with nothing on it. That's if you run it all the time. If you don't run it, then you don't get charged anything. But yeah, their pricing model assumes you're going to run something all the time. If you're only running stuff intermediate, not intermediate, intermittently, then you got other options. There are other providers that have something that'll suit you better. And actually, Amazon has their own stuff that will fit you better than an EC2 instance if you want to run intermittently. Well, are you saying that they charge you even though they said it was free? Because there's the free tier, but that only lasts a year. And even on the free tier, you're limited to what kinds of instances you can run. So if you started an instance that isn't free tier eligible, they'll charge you. So you have to be careful about that stuff. I used the free tier and I paid nothing for running my game for a full year. The only thing I paid for was I paid $1 a month for Route 53, and that's because I wanted a static IP. But after the year is up, you have to pay even for free tier. You haven't put anything into it, but you might have started, you probably started an EC2 instance that is not free tier eligible. That's my guess. Yeah, sorry that happened to you. If you expected it to be free and it wasn't, you could contact Amazon and tell them that you didn't know it was not eligible for free tier, and they'd probably pay you back. I've heard of that happening if you're nice about it. You could say, hey, I'm sorry, I got this charge, but I thought it was going to be free because I'm on the free tier. And then they'll say, oh, well, you started a non-free tier eligible instance. We apologize about the misunderstanding. And, hopefully they're nice about it too. They'll give you back the money. If your intent was to stay in the free tier and you accidentally weren't. All right, anyway, let me get this done. So the, how far did it actually get? Let me run it again. Okay, so it recognized the upload was successful, and then we got not implemented. Oh, right, got right here. Okay, so I can remove that now. Oh, I need to do this last part. If this is empty, so we're going to end up borrowing it for twice. So let's just do wait. Let awaiting hosts equal this much of it. Because we're going to remove it and then check if it's empty. So match awaiting hosts is empty. True. The tool should not continue. No. False. If it's not empty, then yes. I don't know about you guys, but I really like how that looks. What's wrong with this, though? Oh, I have to say mute. Mutable. And this is going to tell me that even though I like how it looks, it wants me to use an if-else. Okay. I don't like how it looks, though. I don't like... For some reason, I just don't like... Oh, what's happening? I don't like how it looks to do it the other way. Well, we'll do it. We have to be good to our Clippy overlord, right? So they would rather me say that, right? I kind of like the way a match looks, though. I gotta say. So I think we're done. This should naturally exit without crashing now. It says I'm not using that import, which is weird. I thought I was. Didn't I have to use that? Oh, I was using it temporarily, but now I don't need to use it, right? Because I changed what I was doing. Cargo Clippy. And there was a debug in there I don't need. Yeah, this one. Oh, come on, dude. There we go. Alrighty. I think it's just gonna work now. Yep, it just works. Remove it. It's not a big, just $10. Well, make sure it doesn't happen for the second month. You go in there and turn off the instance and try to... Yeah, if you're gonna still use it, try to pick one that's on the free tier, like the T2.micro. Yeah, I think T2.micro is on the free tier. That's what I was using for a whole year. Thank you for the follows. So, Does this look the same as when I run it with Python? If so, I'm done. This is what it looked like with Python, right? Oh, I did the printing of the digest. Do I care about that? I also have timestamps in the front. I don't really care about that so much. We're also printing out which server we're talking to. I don't know. Is there a reason that I had that server number in front? Don't remember that. Let's try to copy these lines. So that is just extra print messages, right? That's this stuff. Copy, whoops. Copy that, and I guess I'll put it here. Paste. So this just becomes print line. And there, and we don't need that line, and that's package hash. Okay, and it would be package.length, right? All right, let's do it. Hey there, Smack in the Box. Smack in the Box, you're always here at the end of my stream, but we appreciate you coming in here. Sana Renami, thank you for the raid. 3 raiders. Hi, how are you doing today? Just finishing up some porting work of a tool that I had in Python, converted it to Rust, and making sure it behaves more or less the same. Actually, I guess we computed the packages digest before we connected before. Now we're doing it after. Do I care? I guess I don't really care. You don't have to say sorry, Smack in the Box. It's just that it kind of sucks that you miss a lot of my stream. So what were you working on today, Sana Renomi? Or Renomi? Let me know if I... Sorry about the dog barking. Sorry if I didn't say your name right. Alright, I should just check this in, shouldn't I? It's starting to get noisy here. This is all my family hinting to me that I should stop streaming. Okay, I did change this, so maybe that we check that in first. Oh, I got CRLF issues. I want to fix that too. That's in items, right? Yep. CRLF, please. And there's more dog barking. So what I did is I removed configuration because we don't need it. Right, remove configuration from common part of the tool. That's it, right? Oh, I also added... Okay, well, let's push this in another... Let's unstage that for now. Okay, this will be add... What happened here? Oh, that's a different thing. Unstage that. No, unstage that line. Hold on a sec. All right, sorry about that. You're working on redoing some data classes to easier manipulate data from your Discord bot. Ooh, nice. Make it possible to make a web interface? Cool. Awesome. So yeah, I've been just porting some Python stuff to Rust and adding some functionality in the Rust, the base class, so to speak, or the common part of the various tools that I'm writing. So this is add a method for sending binary messages via WebSocket. Really, it's just a wrapper around having to use tungstenite. And then this was use tungstenite's text message factory method. Fancy words for saying use lowercase text instead of uppercase text. And then here's the new tool we added today. Add Rust port of the deploy script. Nice. Did it in one shot. Push that. All right. Let's remove that. Okay, so do I want to clean this up or do I need to end the stream? I probably need to end the stream. My family is waiting on me to finish up my stream so they can do vacuuming. Otherwise, you guys would hear a lot of vacuum noises. So, let me just review a little bit here. Yeah, so I didn't actually need that state thing at all. I only have one structure now, right? I just have the deploy tool, its common admin tool trait implementation, and then its private methods. And then I have the command line options are pretty simple, and the main program does a bunch of work up front. We could compute the hash code up front too, right? To check out RTX voice. Funny you say that, 715209. I'll have to tell you in a couple months why. But Adam uses that. I could use that. The thing is, it only solves one part of the problem. You would not hear the noise, but I still would, and then it would drive me nuts. I wouldn't be able to work. So when the family's going to start vacuuming, I'm going to eat lunch. I can eat lunch while people are vacuuming, but I can't do brain stuff. It's just too much noise. You know? Yeah, RTX voice is pretty cool for making it so that you can't hear the noise. All right. I think I like this tool. It's only 175 lines. Again, I need to go back, like you guys are saying, and instead of doing the, what is it? Where we're parsing messages. This as string unwrap, as bool unwrap, to put into a structure instead. I'll leave that for another day. I'm just going to end it here. We'll find someone to raid. Who am I following who might be doing something interesting right now? You missed the entire Rust part? Did you just get here 715209? No, you've been here a while. Oh, but were you out for a while? Yeah, I ported the deploy script to Rust. And I did it much more quickly than I did the other two tools, so I'm getting better. You use RTX voice to remove the noise from your keyboard. Oh, okay. For me, it would remove the noise from my kids yelling and Mrs. Reimu yelling and all that, but it still wouldn't help with me being able to concentrate. I guess I'd have to wear noise-canceling headphones, too. Yeah, I never really liked wearing those things. Thank you for the follows. I'll be back tomorrow. As long as I stay unstressed and I'm motivated and all that, I'll try my best. Let me, I don't know. Let's just raid Adam. Adam13531. You may or may not have heard of him. He is looking for a job right now, so he's doing interview prep. So he's going through Elite Code, doing exercises there. He was learning Rust about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he wants to continue learning it. So right now, though, he needs a job. He's doing technical interview prep. So let's go say hi to him. I'm going to hit that raid channel button right now. All right, so if you like what you've seen today, my schedule, I try to stick to it, but if I'm lacking in motivation or I have other work, sometimes it doesn't happen, but I should be back tomorrow, 9:15 a.m., 16:15 UTC. Stay safe, everybody. Hope you enjoy Adam's stream, and see you next time. Bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye.